Hello and welcome to the live orienteering coverage of the World Cup final, coming to you from Turnov in the Czech Republic. My name's Catherine Betts. I'm joined by Jonas Mertz, and we are bringing you both the women's and then the men's middle distance races here today. It's the penultimate race of the Orienteering World Cup. Well, we've moved about 100 kilometres northeast of Prague, where we were for the last couple of days, to what can only be described as a spectacular forest here in Turnov. And these pictures pretty much show you why. There's some remarkable rock features in here, and it's going to prove some very tricky orienteering. Well, temperature here, 13 degrees at the moment. It might get up to low 20s later on this afternoon. And we'll see the last woman start 13:52, last man start 14:39. So for the middle distance for the women's, 17 controls, 3.7 kilometres, and an estimated winning time of 35 minutes today. Part of the reason there's 305 metres of climb out on the course there. It's also going to be a very, very tricky one, with some opportunities for some route choices as well that might add in some extra metres to the running distances today. Well, our arena is centred around a beautiful castle here in the forest, and that's where they're going to be setting off from. But here, Jonas, is the course.
Yeah. We're starting on the very top of the map, more or less, and this first control, it's quite overwhelming to get there, because you don't really expect it. You expect the big cliffs there, but those cliffs actually are up to 8 meters, I would guess, so yeah, very distinct ones. Then a longer neck to the second, shorter, third, fourth. Then we get quite many short controls in tricky areas. It's quite important that you always know what you're expecting when you get into these stony areas, because all these cliffs there, they look okay on the map, but they are very, very big in the terrain. We will see that later on when we get into this area here around control 11. We'll get pictures from there, control 12, and it's very steep. And those controls, you have to be very sure which cliff you need when you head up, and it looks as if you just look at the map, it seems very clear which one should be the big cliffs and which one are the smallest. But don't forget, the small cliffs, they are like 5 to 8 meters as well. So yeah, it will be very decisive to be precise in your orienteering today.
Absolutely, and a lot of the controls are on the top of these massive cliffs. So you can't really, if you're approaching from above, you can't necessarily tell the size of them when you're approaching, and then you look down and you realise there's a huge drop. So those are the challenges, and there certainly will be lots of challenges. And this as you see for the running cam, is what it looks like in here. It's just a maze. Yeah,
this is control 12 we were talking about before, the TV control. Here it is, and you expect them to enter where this pre-runner is coming from, and also to exit here again. So it's quite often it is like that. You have these very big cliffs, and I mean it didn't look that extreme on the map, but when you're here, then it's not that easy to see which cliff is which one, even if they are very big, and then you have these stones. And I mean, if you come into a slope and you need a stone, it's very important you know that it's actually the stone you need and not a cliff, because then it can happen that you're 15 meters too low in the slope just because you try to get on the foot of the cliff, and instead of the stone that's maybe located a little bit more above.
Yeah, and as you can see, that gives you a little indication of the steepness of the terrain. I think, you can see the runner running in the bottom of the valley there looked very flat, but then you just get to these incredibly steep, and kind of there's lots of loose material on the ground. It's quite slippy as well. But generally, nice runnability throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, and that makes it kind of tricky as well, because when you get the chance, you really want to run fast, but you have to find the moment when you have to slow down again. You have to know what you're looking for before you enter the control circle. And that's a tricky one. I mean, here you get, for example, this. Okay, the second control is maybe not the most difficult one, but you have a chance to run very fast in between the control, and then when you come closer, you have to know what you're looking for.
What do you make of these route choices?
In the beginning of the course, I try to avoid to go too much straight. You have seen, when you have seen the cliffs at control 1, you wouldn't really, it's not the green one you would like to go for. I don't know, I didn't test the different route choices. But I think straight ahead is, in many parts, it's too much climbing because you have to climb over some cliffs or rocks. And one indicator for how tricky it is, I mean, we got an indication that the men's course is 4.3 kilometers, and well, that's an average of more than 8 minutes per kilometer, and that's something we never see otherwise in a World Cup race.
No.
So it's a lot of running around these cliffs, the stones, slow down when you come close to the controls, and make it, yeah. I mean, it's when you close, when you are in this area with stony areas, it's not fast. It's not fast at all. But if you go down to this blue route choice, you have some possibility to push and to run fast for a moment.
Yeah, and I think that's what the athletes will be looking for. I think they'll get frustrated that they're not able to move that quickly, and will be looking for ways to go faster. Again, here there's some little route choice to 15. You could stay on the blue and avoid most of the climb, or take a fairly direct route.
I think there's also a possibility to do something in between. Maybe choose the green one until control 10, and then head up to the path and change to the blue route choice. We'll see what they prefer. Actually, it looks quite harmless here, but it's around 75 meters to climb if you go down and up again there when you go straight. So it's a tough climbing.
Yeah, it really is. I think some of the later ones are more likely to go the straight route.
I expect it, especially in the men's race. But it's hard to predict. The runners, they will be tired at that point. It's very, very. I mean, it feels good to run around and avoid the climbing at that point of the race.
I think they'll also want to give their brain a bit of a rest, and that allows that. Or you can,
I mean, you can rest your brain kind of. I mean, it's not difficult to go straight. You have this re-entrant, and then you change to the other re-entrant on the other side. So it's not really about that, but it's so tough to take the 75 meters climbing there at once, and then go down and climb again afterwards.
So it's a 1.5 minute start interval today, and they're starting in reverse order of the world rankings. So the highest world ranked, Tove Alexandersen, starts at 15:32. So we'll have a lot of the ones who've got very low or no world ranking points at the start. And when are we going to see it getting more interesting?
Well, I mean, you named it. It's going to be more and more interesting since we have changed the starting order from the World Cup standings. But I think, I mean, we have an interesting starter quite early, Kristine Fjellanger, I think, from Norway. And then, of course, I mean, the big favorites we will see in the end when we come to the very, very finish of the race. We also know that Judith Wider is not starting today, so.
Yeah, she said she had some sort of stomach problems, and so she's giving today a rest and will be back for the sprint race tomorrow. But it's mathematically impossible for anybody to overtake Tove Alexandersen in the World Cup standing. So she doesn't even need to start these races, and she's already won. But she's on the start list there. As you can see, 13:52 and a half.
And we have still a fight for the second place between Caroline Olsson and Natalia Gempele. So that one is still going on there for the top three. Yeah.
And interesting to note, Natalia Gempele, after being disqualified in the qualification for the knockout sprint, didn't run the sprint relay yesterday. So has not had 5 races in her legs that we've seen Caroline Olsson have. Anyway, we're going to take you back to the start now, and it's quite special for the athletes. They have to go up some special stairs that they've built, some stairs built out of scaffolding, and make their way through this castle here. It's, yeah, it really is something quite special. And then they pick up their map here, and it's quite a long run out to the start control. They'll cross, this is a bridge here, where the road goes underneath, and then they will go through the arena over here, and then take a right at the end, and then they will hit the start triangle.
I really hope that the runners are well prepared and that they really use the possibility at the model event to get used to the map, because it is really overwhelming when you come down. At least it was for me. I haven't been running the model event, and when we came down there, I didn't expect it to be a wall like that. I expected it to be cliffs, yeah, let's say 2 or 3 meters, and then they're more than double that big. And that if you're not expecting it, it can cause a lot of problems. So I think it's important to know what's waiting for you before you start, and I hope they did their homework here.
So yeah, we can see the 2 different route choices into number 2, and looks like Polina Ziegler from Poland having, you know, just being more definite into the control, and Hanka Morandini from Hungary just being very hesitant going up there. But both were, you know, hesitant, as you said, going into that first control where you've got a very steep slope and suddenly there's loads of rock. But yeah, you know, as you said, they'll have prepared really well. But, you know, if you think about the last few years of World Cup rounds in orienteering, there's not been anything like this.
No, I don't think so. I mean, you don't find this kind of terrain in many places over the world. It's towers of cliffs and stones, and it's very beautiful out in the forest. But it makes it tricky. Sometimes it feels like a maze you have to solve when you're out there, especially there around Control 12. We'll have a TV control at, and that's something it's very unusual.
So Hanka Morandini there from Hungary is just not quite in the right part of the slope. Looks like she's just found that control, but that's a big mistake early on. It's much easier if you approach that control from the north that we saw Polina Ziegler do, and you can really see the ridge there and a relatively small crag this time.
Yeah, another positive thing is when you run around like that, you get some time to get used to the map, and you get the possibility to read in some features on a quite a flat part of the race, and quite easy part as well when you approach it from the north. So you get some time to get used to the distance, to the cliffs, to the rocks. How does it look like? What's the runnability like? And I think it's a smart option to run around there, just to get some time to get used to the terrain.
And how? I mean, you think it feels like it's been a long season, and you know this is the second to last race this season, but in terms of like the preparations that you make for the races, obviously the World Championships and the European Championships take precedence. So how much preparation will they have been doing in, or even thinking about terrain like this?
Well, I don't think they have done a lot of preparation for that. I mean, for sure, the ones fighting for the World Cup, overall World Cup, still they prepare for that, and they're looking for on maps and looking on what's waiting in the terrain. They do some preparation, but they won't go here and do training camps before. At least not many of them. Maybe the one from Czech Republic were doing that, but I don't think we will have many elite runners traveling here beforehand and to get used to the terrain.
So this is Mary Fleming on her way to control number 5, the 12 minutes of running. The Australian who lives and works in Sheffield, I think, at the moment, in the UK, and making her senior debut for Australia here. Anyway, she's made it to control number 5 here. Now there's possibility of a little bit, you can go round and try and avoid some of the down and up here. But there's so much detail on the map that you've really, just taking in the contours and all the rock detail and everything else, then to find the minute route choices is quite
Yeah, I mean,
tricky.
you have to generalize, or like to get rid of, in your head, get rid of the unnecessary features. It's a good thing to read the contours, then you get a big picture of it, and then try to get out the biggest rocks and cliffs, which is, as I said, it's not that easy because also the small rocks and cliffs on the map are quite big, but you have to filter out the important stuff and try to make it as easy as possible close to the control.
So I think that was the second of the Polish women on today's course, Agnieszka Cich. Both on their way to finding control number 5 here.
This is from Brazil, ladies and gentlemen.
Actually, it looks kind of green here on the TV screen, but that's one of the only parts where it is a little bit green. Even the greener areas on the map, it's not that much of a problem when you're running. It slows you down a little bit, but it's more the visibility that it gets lower and not really an issue for. Yeah, you don't get stuck in it.
No, there's some small fallen branches and things on the ground, but it's nothing too major.
Here
Let's
we
have
have
a look.
a replay of the mistake. I think we have seen that one before. I mean, this one it's a little bit more difficult to approach the control from this direction compared to if you would go around in the north. So they are standing here, probably quite close to the but
Hanga
that's the
Morandini,
thing.
whose mistake we just saw there. I think both the Hungarian and the Pole, they were on the track just to the right of picture, and we can see the control on the left here.
But that's
as
the
our
thing. If you
camera
come,
operator's telling us.
if you're up there, you don't see the control on the other side of the small hill there. So you have to be really ahead with your technique, and when you run in, you have to know, okay, I run to the cliff, and then I will see the hill to the left and the cliff there and the rock, and you have to be ahead with your technique when you come there. Otherwise, it will be it's just very difficult to like check off the stuff on the list passively when you get there and you see a stone to say, oh, okay, that was maybe the stone here on the map. It's better if you're waiting for the stuff on beforehand.
So this control number 5 is a passage through here, and there we go. I think we're nearly there.
Just getting closer. That's Kristine Fjellanger from Norway.
this one it is possible to see from the little track that you come across. It's quite easy to see if you're approaching from the right direction. And then Christine Fierlanger goes into the lead by 11 seconds. That looks like a Spanish strip there. So Alicia Freeberg running for Spain. And here it's a bit, can be a bit disconcerting when you see a TV camera that's going to watch you, but she just needs to head in to the left, coming off the track that she's on, and the control should be right there. And again, we can see where the control is. A lot of them just overshooting that one. Reminder, we're looking at control number 5. We've had maybe about 6 runners reach that point. Let's have a look at what Hanga Morandini's been doing on her way to 4 and 5.
And actually this control, I mean, if you keep direction, and you have to filter out some of the features there, but there's a very, very big cliff there, just under the, or like a little bit more to the north of the control. And if you're just heading to this one, you will see the control on this spur.
You just have to kind of keep to the east of the main track, and then it's not too tricky. So again, we're coming out here of control number 4, and then down into the re-entrant to go across, following Katarzyna Slizaldzic. There we go. Just needs to look up and find that control. So
you see it there.
Fierlanger in the lead there by 18 seconds, and then a couple of athletes close to her too. And also you can see Fanny Tilkin from Belgium caught up 1.5 minutes on the pole there. Barbara Chalupska from the Czech Republic, first of the Czech women to head out into the forest today.
And it will be interesting to see how the Czech runner will do here, because, as I said, it's in an extreme kind of terrain as we have it today. It's for sure a big advantage if you're used to it and know what to expect. And the Czech runner, they for sure know what to expect. I'm quite sure that many of them have been running in terrain, maybe not on this map, but on maps just around. So they know what to expect, and I mean, they've proven the days before that they have a good shape physically, and the technique shouldn't be the biggest problem here for them. As I said, it's kind of an advantage for them. So it will be interesting to see what they can do today. They have a strong team.
So the Russian athlete Natalia Giklova there. We can see on the start line Martha Glursen from Norway. Just keeping her eye on the clock that tells her when she needs to begin, and we'll get a first glimpse of what's going to happen around this course. So quite a long run out over the bridge and through the arena where we'll see them finish, and we'll head into to the right to get to the start control, and then kind of close number one really throws you in at the deep end, and then some route choice decisions to be made to number two. So the course setter's really not holding back when setting this course. Let's have a look at some of the replays, though, from control 1 to 2. Natalia Giklova going to the bottom of the valley and then doing lots of climbing up here, going via control number 3. But just seeing how the speed decreases as you're going uphill, you can see that the northern route choice staying on the flat is the better one there, with Polina Ziegler executing that one well.
That seems quite extreme to me, to run around there. I think that's a little bit unnecessary.
This is the climb up to control number 4, and Elisabeth Blumenthal now running for just over 12.5 minutes. Here's the control. And we've had a long climb up there, and now a chance to get running again. So this is pretty much the extent of the vegetation.
At this part of the race, there's some fallen trees, as we see here. In other parts, it's as if they had been vacuum cleaning on the ground. It's very fast and nice. But here it's a part where there is some obstacles in your way, where you have to climb a bit, also in the slope later on. That makes it a little bit more difficult to navigate, but still there are big features to read and that guide you to the control. So it's not a very big problem here, actually.
So you can see split times there to control number 5, Giklova, our new leader. It's about 50 seconds ahead of our next fastest, which was Christine Fjellanger from Norway. But Elisabeth Blumenthal goes into 7th, 1:35 down, not had too many problems at control number 5. And yeah, this is again a comparison of this route choice from 5 to 6.
And I mean, it's just so much distance you do running around, of course. And I mean, it doesn't make the control much easier if you're approaching from where Giklova now is. So I think the choice Polina Ziegler made was quite good. You run around, you have these big features, first the cliff, on the spur, you go around and you should see another big cliff and then navigate with that one. This looks like the area around control number 12. And that's what I was talking about here. The runnability is very good.
Here we can see what's been going on. Has she found 11 yet?
And here it's also good if you read your control description, because when you're running in this part, as I said, it's kind of a maze there. You have to solve the problem, and you have to know what you have to expect. Is it, which cliff is it? What side of the or like of the hill is it? Where do I have to run up? Is it possible to get through between two cliffs? You have to be very precise with in your orienteering.
So 11 is middle crag, which is 4 meters high, and it's the southeastern foot.
And she's just in the wrong re-entrant there. And it looks, as I said, I mean, the cliffs there are big. It looks kind of the same as it would look close to the control. So in this case, it could be a good choice to stay on the path until it turns, and then just jump over to the re-entrant there and follow it up. But of course, that's easier said than done.
And I don't think she'll be the only one we see having problems in particularly this area. I mean, we saw on the runners going through the cameras before the race started that it is basically a maze.
And another thing here, I mean, it looks, when you have two cliffs and you have a passage in between, it looks wider on the map than it is in reality, because they have to overdraw it so you can actually read that there is a passage in between. But sometimes it's only half a meter in between the cliffs and rocks. So that's something you have to think about as well when you run there. I'm especially thinking about this small passage just before the next control. I'm sure we'll see pictures from there as well. She's found to control. You will follow her to control 12, and there the passage you will see it's quite narrow, and it looks wider on the map, and that happens quite often.
Yeah, this is the passage you're talking about, just through here. Really looking around to see if you can find the controls on the rock.
On the other side, yes, there. She probably will exit again through the same passage. And I mean, depending on from which angle you come, you don't even see the passage. So you have to know that there is a passage before you get there.
So now again behind Czech athlete Barbara Chalupska, who got a bronze medal in the middle distance at Jaywalk this year. Also took a silver in the relay. So got some middle distance credentials, but it's a totally different competition when you're thrown into the mix with all the seniors. There we go, but she's seen the control. And has had a strong start as well. Yep, so she goes a minute and a half faster than Maria Prieto from Spain. So new fastest time there for Barbara Chalupska. And we also see Miki Malberg from Estonia. So Barbara Chalupska's caught her up by a minute and a half. And now a big group here. We also have the men's and the women's competitions running at the same time. So we've had the first few men start. They started from 11:48. So now we've got both men and women out on this course. Let's have a look at what happened here, this control 10 and 11.
I think here you have to decide early if you want to approach a control from south of the control, or if you want to take it from above. For sure, it's quite easy and safe to take the path there. I mean, where she went down, she would have had to climb 5 meters more to get on the path. could have been an option. And you also see quite a big mistake there. She was following the path first, then turning and entering the wrong re-entrant for quite a long time.
Okay, we're going back to the start now for the next of the Czech athletes. Just dropped the map, but number 225, Anna Stikova, making her senior debut at this competition, born in Prague, and has the advantage of the home soil today with this very unusual terrain that we've got here just outside of Turnov.
Again, control 11.
That's Mary Fleming.
And we see she already has been out for 34 minutes, expecting winning time 35 minutes. My guess is that it will be tough to get down on 35 for the women. It's very tough, and it's so much climbing and a lot of climbing over stones and between cliffs, so it slows you down very much.
There we go, some small hesitations into the control, but knows exactly the direction of exit. And then now Mary Fleming will run back the way she came. This is the view from the camera at control 11 here. Marta Glösen now at control number 4, and is already behind the leading time at this point. It's about 10, 11 minutes for the Czech athlete Barbara Szelupska. Well, Marta Glösen only started a minute and a half after the Czech runner, so lost already quite a lot of time at the beginning of the course.
I've seen many athletes walking up here. It's kind of unfair to place to have your camera position up on this hill, because up to control 4 you had like let's say 40 meters climbing at once, and then that's exactly when you enter the picture for the camera. So it is a tough race, and they are filming the athletes exactly at the point where they are very tired.
Yeah, 305 meters of climb for the distance of only 3.8 kilometers is a lot in that short space of time. Also, Marta Glösen, who we just seen on the picture there, who was dropped behind. Maybe this will give us an indication of why.
She's heading up, but not very. She could have done it a little bit more distinct to get on the path earlier. Yeah. And then she's running. I mean, that's a bit too extreme. I think you should run around. If you run around, head to this fence there. You can take the path, or you can head over a little bit earlier and then to the fence with the house and take it from there.
Yeah, that's too extreme. Okay, back at the start, Alexandra Enlund has seen her World Cup debut at this competition. Ran earlier the last couple of days as well. So these are the standings at split 1, which is control number 5, which I'm sure you're watching with the GPS tracking as well. So Barbara Chalupska, a minute and a half faster than Maria Prieto from Spain, making Malberg from Estonia in 3rd. And then we start dropping to even 3 minutes behind at this very early stage in the course. 3.8 kilometres straight line distance that they'll be running today. And a reminder that the women are running with a minute and a half start interval today. And we'll have the last woman out on the course, Tova Alexanderson, who's leading the world rankings at 13:52 local time. Okay, so let's go back into the terrain. And this is control number 4. Looking for Paula Stark to climb up this passage through the crags here. The 22-year-old. Dropping quite a lot of height at this point. And if you can see on the ground, you can see the camera cables there in red and black, and that's where there's a little track on the ground. But Paula Stark now goes 5 minutes behind Barbara Chalupska, so leading time at this point, 10 minutes 30. I think she just headed far too far to the right of the control and dropped too much height and has ended up in a re-entrant. But back here again, climbing at control number 4, and it's actually looking pretty good for Anna Stikova. So the fastest time at control 5 is a 10:30 by her teammate Barbara Chalupska. So pretty good start for the other runner from the Czech Republic.
And it's a little bit, as we mentioned before, it's for sure an advantage for the Czech runners to know the kind of terrain around here. Especially, I think, among these early starters, maybe not the one Many younger runners who are not that experienced, and then if you're young and haven't been competing in all kind of terrains and you get the possibility to run on the home soil, that's, I mean, we see the difference here.
We absolutely do. So Anna Stikova will set the new fastest time at this point, and we'll take it 10 minutes and 2 seconds. So Czech Republic in 1 and 2 at the moment. Let's have a look at Mary Fleming's tracking here. The Australian doesn't have too many problems into 11. And then we saw her going from 11 to 12 earlier on. So very hesitant into that point, and back again at control 11.
She's most probably not at the control she wants to be at, because you wouldn't want to exit the control in that direction. Or maybe she actually is.
But number 12 is pretty much at the bottom of the re-entrant, bottom of a very steep slope, so you definitely don't want to approach that one. You have to do all the climb and then go back down again.
It's around the corner here, and then you come to this passage here. Take this one, and then you are at control 12, if you see the stone. And here I think we will see big differences if we compare those pictures to the pictures we will see later on, when the very experienced and successful runners will come, because they will come through this passage and exactly know that they will expect to be the stone to the left when they exit the passage, and that they won't see the control, but they will see the stone, so they have to run around the stone and punch the control.
Looks like pretty much everyone's just grouped up here, but now they've got to get into the right place. Okay, let's have a look at the replay here. And Maria Prieto in the purple, choosing to make her way up to this track here.
And at this point of the race, it's often the course planner set the course in a way that you have to decide, will you go down and approach the control from like from down under control and run uphill, or if you want to go up and take it from this side of the control, yeah.
So we're live with Maria Prieto's tracking. I'm not sure what happened there on the slope, whether that was a glitch on the GPS or she keep going up and down.
And the thing is, when you take this decision, you can always have in count that it's easier to see a control when you come from a little lower position, because then you can see, at least if it's a cliff, because usually it's on the foot of the cliff, and then you can see the control when you come from above. You have to take a look over the cliff down, and it's just harder to see the controls.
Absolutely, but some of them are on the the much taller cliffs, and they're on the top as well. So you have to be careful, I think, with your control descriptions to approach in the right direction.
They just passed control there. They will come back.
goes 5th. And in this early stage of the competition, some big gaps are going to open up, and obviously the grouping and everyone will work together to spot the controls. Those are the standings, though, at split number 2, which is control 12. So 8 athletes past this point at the moment. Fastest so far, Polina Ziegler, our first starter, in fact, at 33.09. She ran the World Championships between 2012 and 2015, but doesn't have any world ranking points, so is the, or didn't have for this competition, so is the first starter here today.
Here we have the first one of the Czech runners.
And already looking to have a much better time than any of the women who've gone before her. It was 33 minutes was the fastest time to control 12, but just being very, very careful at this part to get the control description right. You can see she's really checking the control descriptions here, checking the feature and the side of the feature that the control is on. So we have Maria Prieto now from Spain with the next fastest time, just under 32 minutes. But Barbara Chlipska is going to be setting a very good time early on.
This looks much better compared to the runners we have seen before. Coming to this control, she knew exactly what she had to expect. Even got a short glimpse at her map there.
Yep, and so she can head back down the re-entrant here to her on her way to control 13. The Czech fans have been in good form already this competition. They've had the regional events in just close to this map today, so they've stayed on to support their national runners. And this is Barbara Chlipska staying just below the line of cliffs here. Some hesitation up to control number 10.
She lost some time there. Well, and she goes down there again. Yeah, it's kind of surprising that she chooses to stay up in the slope between 9 and 10, even though she first she goes down a little bit, and then but she's not going down all the way to the path. I mean, it's not an uphill, so you don't really save many climbing meters because I mean, in the end, when you do, or yeah, you save some climbing meters, but when you can do them on a path, it's not really an issue. So I think it would have been good for her to go all the way down, hit the path, follow it, and then go up again. Because it seemed that she lost some time there in the green area.
Again, we can go back to the start. They've had to go up some specially built stairs, built out of scaffolding and then make their way through the castle and the start line just here. the Latvian Liga Valdemine, the 24-year-old, can begin her campaign out in the forest. Carefully trying to use the distance to the start to get a grip with the map and the terrain that's going to be waiting. Okay, let's have some replay comparisons here between Barbara Chalupska and Anna Stikova, the two Czech athletes.
It seems that Chalupska is losing quite a lot of time climbing up there. Usually down in this re-entrance it's quite fast on the very bottom because it's in the slopes where it's stony, but on the bottom of this re-entrance it's very fast. You also have the paths there, so it can be a good choice to just go down and follow the bottom of the re-entrant up.
So now we've got a group of athletes on their way to Control 5. Anna Dvoryanskaya from Russia, she's too late, but we've also got Laura Robertson and I think Deborah Stadler in there as well. And Laura Robertson's caught up 1.5 minutes on the Russian and 3 minutes on the Swiss.
And if we compare this to the Czech runners we've seen before, there's a lot of hesitating. It seems that they're not very precise in their orienteering. I mean, they go for the direction, but it seems that they don't really read the features on the way, and that's why they end up too much to the right there.
And maybe also just not running in a place that's going to give them a good view to look out for the control as well.
But I mean, it's you. In that case, in this control there, it's hard to get a good overview because you don't have the chance to go on top of something. You go down first when you exit the control, and then you have this spur you have to climb up, and then you're actually at this point where you have the camera now, and then you would see the control from there.
Well, Laura Robertson is the second to make it, behind Deborah Stadler as well. And then back out of Control 12, I think that was Paula Stark, who's run for just over 30 minutes. Should have been in about second place there.
Sweden, 7 minutes and 10 seconds. That's a clear lead. 48 seconds down to Jakob Edsen, 1:17 faster than Andreas Bolsen, also from Denmark. And Mary Fleming from Australia just passed the pre-warnings very soon on her way to last control and the finish. And in the women's race, Siri Ulvestad from Norway, new second best time to the third control, that first split. 5 seconds behind Anna Stiskova. And also good start from
So as the Finnish national broadcasters join the stream, we're going to have another look at the course map.
And again, we see the first control. Actually, the women's control is not the most difficult one, but still, you get the first impression how steep it is, how big the cliffs and rocks are. To the second control, we saw it's okay to run around to the south. It's maybe better to run to the north, but it's still hard to say. We haven't seen the very best runners yet. For sure, I think it's not the fastest to go straight there, but well, maybe they will prove me wrong later on. We've seen control 4 and 5 quite a lot in the picture. Here, control 8, 9, 10, it's a lot about should I go up, should I go down to take the control. And then we get into this area where it is almost as like a maze, 11, 12, 13, 14, a longer leg to 14, to 15, a route choice option actually. Should you go straight, do a lot of climbing. There's a possibility to run around on the path and on the street. You can avoid a little bit of climbing by doing that. And then 16, 17, last control and back to the finish.
Yep, so 3.8 kilometers there and 305 meters of climbing. It's a very, very tough one, and we've seen already lots of people are having some difficulties. This is what it looks like in this maze-like area here around. This is control number 12, and they punch on the rock and then go back the way they came through this small gap in the rocks that looks bigger on the map than it is in reality, just so you can see that there is a passage through there. And then you can also get a chance here to see the runnability, especially in the bottom of these valleys, is very, very good. But with all the detail on the map, you know, it's good for middle distance. You have to keep track of where you are. You have to keep the focus and really...
It's usually a good thing to keep track on where you are.
Yes, but no, you have to know. Yeah, but you don't, you know, you can be running in a direction, you know, you're somewhere on the slope or wherever, you just have to keep going. But here you really have to, you know, it's much more difficult to simplify because there's so much detail. So here's one of the route choices we were talking about just now.
Yeah. I think the blue one is quite extreme to go around like this. There is an option, in my opinion, to do something in between green and blue. I think that we might see the runners later on go for the green one. On this control, I mean, you don't do much more climbing. It's only the last bit there up to control 15. You do more, and I mean it's quite some way around. I mean you do more, of course. You go down first, and then up again. But you do some climbing even when you run around, and it's double the distance. So seems extreme, the blue one.
Well, we'll see later on as what people decide. Again, another choice here in the 9 to 10, which we've seen people take a variety of options.
We have seen, it was Chalupska, I think, going down there to the blue, but not really going down. She stayed in the slope, which I think she lost some time doing that.
So we'll run you through the start list again, and a minute and a half start interval today. And the start list is in reverse order of the world ranking. So the highest ranked athlete in the world, Tove Alexandersen, will start last at 13:52. We're at 12:35 now. So on the next page, we've just seen Lenka Meklova set off into the forest with Lizzie Ingham next to go. And we've seen already lots of groups forming, particularly around by the time they get to controls 11 and 12. And then, of course, as we progress through the start list, it'll get more and more interesting with the fastest runners and the best navigators in the world setting off later into this afternoon. And there is, of course, a little battle for, not for the title on this World Cup, but still for the medal positions.
We have a fight between Natalia Kempele and Caroline Olsson for the second place. So this one is quite tight still. There's for sure a possibility for Caroline Olsson to pass Natalia Kempele and get the second spot. There is also, it's not only the race today, it's also the sprint tomorrow that counts. I think it's quite open still. There's a chance for Olsson for sure.
Yeah, she's had a good season and took the silver medal in the knockout sprint on Thursday. And didn't run in the mixed sprint relay yesterday. She knows that this individual competition for her is very important.
Yeah, and especially in the Swedish team, I mean, it's, let's say they have kind of this luxury that if Caroline Olsson is not running, they have another very good runner who can jump in. Yesterday it was Lina Strand, and I mean, she won the first leg, so why shouldn't they give her the chance to rest yesterday when they have someone who can just jump in and win the first leg?
So Natalia Giklova there has finished, just checking the download. So standings at split control number 1, that is control number 5 on the course, leading by the 2 Czech athletes at the moment, Anna Stikova and Barbara Chalupska, with running just over 10 minutes, and then we start to get some much bigger gaps. Also, Maria Prieto from Spain doing well, so too Laura Robertson, although we saw her make some mistakes into that control number 5, which has proved very tricky for a lot of the athletes there. It's not the most difficult control on the course, but I think especially you really see the TV cameras out there. It just adds something to the pressure, and you've just had to climb.
Exactly. You just had to climb before. You're tired when you get up there. You maybe get a little bit lazy in your head and think it's enough to just keep direction, but it's in a terrain like this, as you said before, it's good to know where you are all the time, and it's also good to know what to expect, what you can expect to see when you get around the next corner, the next cliff. So you have to be, I just can mention it again, you have to be very precisely in your orienteering here.
So you can see there to split 2, that's control 12 on the map, on the course, which is the next one that Alexandra Enlund is about to punch, but still the lead there by the 2 athletes from the Czech Republic. But Stikova's got now nearly 3 minutes of time ahead of, she's nearly 3 minutes faster than Chalupska.
This is a no, they changed the camera. No, I think it is a mistake, yeah. This is Amanda Falk-Weber, yeah. To a new second position, 8 seconds behind. She is reading the map very carefully here.
Making the decision to go down, which would definitely seem to be faster.
I think that's a smart decision.
And now into the finish, Barbara Chalupska, second place currently at control number 12. We'll go into a new fastest time here on the finish line. So new fastest time there for the first Czech runner out today. And it is 46:45 roughly.
650, I think it was, maybe. Something like that. See, that's the Stikova, I think. Or... No. Mechlova.
On her way to control number 5. Again, she needs to be careful not to drift too far to the right. She needs to get back on this track, which you can just see marked with the red camera cables running over. And again, she's overshot it. Yeah, it looks like Teresa Sikova, hair up. And she's overshooting this one, I think.
She's still the chance to leave the path now. I mean, she should know where she is when she is running on the path. But she has to go to the left now and leave this path.
Teresa Sikova ran the last leg of the mixed sprint relay to take the Czech Republic into 5th position. They were the 3rd nation in that sprint relay yesterday. But she's having some trouble here. And probably would have been into, I reckon, about 2nd position if she hadn't made a mistake there.
Here she comes.
There we go.
Where to get down.
And now you'll see the other runner maybe lead her into the control. Do you think it's the cameras that are making people go wrong here? It's as I've said, it's not the most difficult control, as Jana Sikova goes 5th.
For me, it's very hard to explain. I don't really understand why they head out for the path. The visibility is quite good out from the control. You see the spur you have to head to, and if you're on the top of the spur, you almost see the control already. So for me, it's kind of hard to understand why this problem is causing this control is causing so many problems.
So these are the 2 leaders at control number 12.
And we talked about that before. It's where Chalupska is not really going down, not very consequent in this route, in executing it. She could have run all the way down to the path, followed it. I think she would have lost less time doing that.
Now this is Lenka Meklova. Here punching control number 4. She started 3 minutes behind Teresa Sikova, and again a pretty good time. Fastest point here, just over 10 minutes. But she's got a better direction here on this course.
You see that spur there to the left, and that's where you want to go up. And from there, when you're on the top there, you almost see the control already.
There we go, you can see her just in the distance.
She's climbing up there. And at that point now, she should see the control. Yeah. So I don't really understand it, why so many of the runners run too much to the right. Yeah. It's kind of hard to understand for me.
Because there's a small re-entrant and with a depression in it just after control 4, and as long as you stick to in that or to the left of it, then
I think the problem is that there's a path in between, and that many of the runners think it's easier if they just head to the path and follow the path for some meters. But in that case, it makes the control more difficult.
And again, now we can start to see some of the route choices through to control 15.
Again, they're quite extreme to run all the way around between 13 and 14, as Jalupska did. And there, where she is now, it's very steep. And also there, it looks as Stickler is going around. That seems extreme again. Can go down there. Either go around to the left even, or then to the right. But backing out from the control again, that seems like doing a lot of distance.
I saw Mecklever there go into 3rd place, and Lizzie Ingham from New Zealand going into 4th. So now the top 5 here within the 30 seconds. And we're starting to see a little bit more consistency. Again, back to control number 4. And Irina Nyberg, who was in the final of the knockout sprint a couple of days ago.
Reading the map very carefully here. And now I think also she is heading for this path. She's at least heading quite much to the right.
I think a lot of them have gone too far. You can the path is just in the top left corner, and some of them have gone so too far right of the path.
I wonder if it's that they're surprised that there's so many fallen trees on the ground there, so they try to avoid it.
We've got a new leader now into the finish, Anna Stikova, and she's got 5 minutes lead over her teammate Chalupska, so she's 5 minutes quicker than the rest of the field. Anna Stikova takes the new fastest time, 41.46. And so we're still, I think, our leader at control 5 and at control 12, so a very good run for the Czech athlete there. And we can go back to Irina Nyberg, who's just punching their control number 5 into 7th position. A good performance there, and we can really see that advantage of the home soil, I think, and really knowing what to expect on this course.
I mean, you have the advantage, but still you have to do a good race, and she did that. This is Sarah Jones. Yeah, running down on the wrong spur. Seems that she's not... Okay, she's backing out now for this route choice around.
We haven't seen too many of the route choices to 15,
I mean,
so it's interesting to know
we will
how many
see
people are doing that.
something similar in the men's race, but then the control will be on the other side of this spur at control 15, and then it's something different because this control is quite low in the slope there. I don't think it's worth to run around here, especially in the end when you will see very athletes that are physically very strong and can have a high pace all the way from the start to the finish and push hard in the uphills. Then I don't think it's on this leg worth to run around.
So Jo Shepherd here now as the third of the British women to start here on the course, and seems to have a good direction at this point into the control. She should just be able to go across here and spy it in distance. But she is over a minute down now, and you can see the men on the course bunching up as well. And we've seen a lot of the women exiting this control keep staying high. and tempted to avoid, I think, the climb. But it's, I believe it's slower. We've seen a couple of route choices from 5 to 6 and it looks slower. Okay, let's have another look at some replay with our current leader at the finish. Anna Stikova is in the purple.
As we said before, I think it's a good choice to go down in the re-entrant. Usually it's fast on the bottom of those parts. Then you follow it up to this open area and take the control from there, as Stikova was doing.
We've also got in the orange Lenka Meklova. Just lost her GPS tracking, but that's who we are live with.
I mean, Chalupska, she left the control to the west. It looks as if she would avoid climbing, doing that, but she avoids maybe 10 meters climbing, and does a lot of distance, additional distance, so it's, in my opinion, not worth it. And I mean, the GPS proved that it's not worth it. She lost a lot of time there.
Yeah, she really did.
This is Emma Bjärsmo from Sweden. First Swedish runner starting. Let's see how she can handle this problem, this control. Looks good so far. We know that from the camera position you can see the control, so it's a good thing for her to run up there. And that looked very good.
So goes into 5th spot, 21 seconds behind Stikova, who's just seen at the finish. So still, our leader at the finish is still leading at control number 5, but there are lots of decisions to be made between 5 and the finish. So looks like Lara Ramstein also at that point, but she's been caught up and overtaken by Emma Bjärsmo. Let's have a look at Teresa Janasikova here.
That was the mistake we've seen before. She was running on this path for a very long time, and then she's running around there again. We talked about that later. It doesn't make the control easier, control 6, so I think a good choice is to go down in the re-entrant, like run around just underneath the cliff there and take it from the northwestern side.
But she did look to be fast into 7, staying below the line of crags. It's quite tough if you head up with through the green there. Anyway, the second of the Swedish runners now. Swedish women, Elin Manson. She's heading a little bit closer to this path, but generally has a good direction and looks a little bit slower than her teammate Emma Bjärsmo, but not too much damage done so far compared to the women who've already got to this point in the course. So Manson goes into 9th spot. Now we're back at control number 11, where we have a group now here making their way up to this control. They'll turn and make their way back down the slope towards control 12, where we'll get another split time. So we've got Ingrid Lundanes taking the initiative here, and well, she's already behind the time of Stikova, but it's going to be close with Chalupska. Looks like she's caught up Anastasia Borokova of Russia there, and just very hesitant into that control, but finds without too many problems. These are the standings, though. And our current leader at the finish, Anna Stikova, with a considerable gap over the rest of the fields. And we can see already, well, it's still the early stage of this race, but very big gaps at the moment. Of course, the winning times and the speeds will increase. The winning times will come tumbling down. And this is Amanda Falk-Weber in the bottom of the re-entrant here on her way to control number 12.
It's very easy to see that she has the tactics to stop when she's not really sure about what she has to do. We have seen that at control 5 already. We've seen that now, that she takes her time to slow down and read the map carefully. I think that's something she decided before the race to do.
Not a bad tactic.
This is Anna Närhi from Finland.
Again, not quite the speed to match the two Czech athletes, but 36 seconds behind.
Back to some GPS tracking. Stikova, Amanda Falk-Weber and Mechlova. We see there, Amanda Falk-Weber is losing quite a lot of time, running up the hill there to the screen area.
I think that was at least 7. A minute lost there.
Stikova looks quite strong in this part of the course, maybe not too distinct in the execution there to control 10. No bigger mistake. And now we are live with Mechlova.
And we saw Weber go about a minute slower than Stikova at control number 12. So we'll very shortly be seeing the third Czech runner, Mechlova, at that same point. We can get the time check. But still looking very good for Stikova, who's still our current leader at the finish.
Here she is, Lenka Mechlova. Seen her tracking, she's, let's say, a little bit more than a minute behind. At that point, we'll get the time, the split time at the next control, at control number 12. So she has, her time is running out just now. But I think there's a chance for her to get into second position. So she is taking time to read the map carefully there.
Looks like Jan Stikova there as well. So I think Mechlova's caught up 3 minutes on Jan Stikova.
That's right. But not very good in execution there. Jan Stikova going up the hill. That's not a good decision. Here we have Mechlova.
So yeah, she'll take that second spot. So back to Czech 1 and 2.
And maybe we'll see Janisikova coming from the right, coming down the hill there. She will definitely lose a lot of time doing this.
We also saw Lea Vercelotti there from France punching at some point.
We
There's
have her.
Janisikova. It's not been her day today. We saw, unfortunately, we saw her make mistakes at both the TV points. Yeah, this is the mistake again from Janisikova. She just went round the wrong stone tower, didn't find that passage through the two stones.
Sophie Bachmann, Switzerland.
We're back at control number 5.
Also, she is going a little bit too much to the right there.
And she's already lost about 3 minutes.
Some problems with
compared
the
to
camera cable
Janisikova.
there as well. Struggles. And she will lose some seconds here. Let's hope it's just seconds and not minutes to this 5th control. We have Sandra Grossberga as well.
He started a minute and a half after Sophie Bachmann.
But also she is quite much late already. Now backing out from the control again, that's not the best option. I've seen that before. It's good to go down directly. This is control 4.
Yep, and Annika Riemer from Estonia has reached the climb and just spotted the control there.
Also, she is late.
Yep, she's already a minute late and still has to make her way to control 5. Karima seems to have good direction into this control. She's spotted it. There's Sophie Bachmann. She still hasn't seen the control, I think. And now is running in a circle by the...
This is Henna-Riikka Haikonen from Finland.
Now she seems to have had a good start, or a better start than some of those we've seen recently. Ran in her first World Championships earlier this year.
Not very experienced having a camera runner beside her. She looked him right into the eye.
She's overtaken Hanya Arbiter, I think, who we just saw in the background.
That's maybe a new best time here. Yes, indeed. New best time for Finnish runner Henna-Riikka Haikonen. 9:53, 9 seconds ahead of Stikova from the Czech Republic.
And there's Anya Arbiter also punching there, so a minute and a half behind. Let's have a look at some of the tracking Again, round about control 10 and then 11 and 12 where we see them.
So all three of them have chosen to run up to this path. And it seems that Sigwell is just a little bit faster in navigating in this rocky and stony area. Then it's okay. We didn't really see Amanda Falkweber approaching the 14th control. And all of them choosing, or at least both of them, choosing to go straight here on the longer route to control 5. Going up this re-entrant over the hill and then running down in to the next re-entrant. I mean, it's a very easy way to approach the control. More or less can't do anything wrong. You follow this re-entrant up the hill and then you just jump into the next re-entrant there, and you get a quite an easy way to keep direction.
Well, Stukova going round the track, but we're interesting to see what Lenka Meklova's doing here and what difference that will make compared to Weber. They were very close together at control 12.
This is Emma Biesmu, I think. Yeah, indeed. 26 minutes at that point. On her way to the 12th control. She's also late compared to Stikova from the Czech Republic. I think she will be there into 4th position, faster than the Russian Nyberg.
Oh, she's making a similar mistake to Anasikova.
So she didn't really read all the way, didn't see the passage. And now it seems, yeah, she's going over this spur. There's a spur to the right, so she's climbing up there and then heading down to the control on the other side. But for sure, that's a little bit slower and it's tougher.
So she still goes into 4th position, but
she actually takes the passage here.
Yeah, it's probably much easier to see on that way down out of the control than it is on the way into the control.
Back with some GPS to control 14. Let's see what they choose to control 15.
So Meklova possibly just a few seconds ahead of Weber into control 14. So I think we'll really be able to see when they get to 15 what the difference is in that route choice.
Now heading out to the street there. Again, she's almost going to control 12. I don't think it's worth it on this women's control to go around, since the control, when you approach it, just before the control, you don't have to do a lot of climbing, so It's not very much climbing. You can avoid doing that, and there's a lot more distance running around. This is Paulo Gross from Switzerland at control 4.
I think by the time she gets to 5, she'll be too far behind.
So she is going quite a lot to the right here, in my opinion. Now she corrects her direction a little bit. It's better now. Coming up to the camera operator.
And again, she's had that right direction, so she can just spot the control of somebody up on the right, I think, who hasn't found it yet.
French runner, I don't know who it was. So well executed, this 5th control. Now she is heading down there, that's good as well. That's the runner we've seen before, Adrien Dulaine. This is Ingrid Lundanes coming to the finish. 45 minutes, roughly.
But she is too far behind. We'll make it into 2nd position.
Still a very big lead for Stikova from the Czech Republic. I've seen Stikova, she's not leading at the first TV control anymore.
No, that's Henrika Heikkinen, who has a 9-second lead.
This is Anna Neri and Lizzie Ingham, I think, in the background. Here she comes, here they come, through the passage. Passing the stone without seeing the control. So that's a mistake. Now she sees the control, there's even a smile. Very well aware that she was caught on camera doing that mistake.
Amanda Weber coming in to take a new 2nd place here. Had a pretty solid time out there, and it's going to go 2 minutes slower than Stikova. So it'll be interesting to see then next Lenka Meklova how what her time will be at the finish, because the two of them were together at control 14.
That's Denisa Kosova, we've seen in the picture. We don't have seen her time here yet.
Oh,
now
well,
we get it. It's a new best time, 9:26, 27 seconds ahead of Henna-Riikka Heikkinen from Finland. So a new Czech lead now in the competition.
Yeah, that's pretty good reading for Czech fans here, with 4 runners in the top 10 at this control number 5. But still a lot of runners yet to start. It's just under 40 minutes until we have our final starter. And there we can see the difference between Amanda Weber and
Some
Ingrid
say it's
Lundanes.
not a very interesting route choice comparison from the last control to the finish. Oh, but that's an interesting one. Leaving control 16 in different ways. Yeah, it seemed that Lundanes, she was losing time going to the left.
And just on that climb up into control 17.
Yeah. Even though it was, I mean, she's running a lot around there, Amanda Falk-Weber, but it seemed to be fast.
If you've still, you know, if you think you can have the legs to go fast on the flats at that particular point, then
I mean, for sure, it's how many meters to climb is it there? 25, 30, 35, 40. It's 45 meters, so almost if you go down to the left and up, and you have, let's say, 25, 20 if you go the way Amanda Falk-Weber did. So you can avoid some climbing for sure, and at that point of the race, I expect them to be quite tired already. So it seemed to be a good option here, but I'm not sure if many runners will choose it because it looks very extreme.
it looks very, very extreme on the map, and you're unwilling to take those kind of risks. But Natalia Efimova now, she's too late to make much of an impact at control number 5, but she started 90 seconds after Denisa Kosova, who is now our new leader at control number 5, where we are now. It's one we've seen a lot of the women having problems with, but Efimova seems to be doing pretty fine.
Galina Vinogradova, Russia. 10 minutes and 10 seconds almost, so she's already late compared to Denisa Kosova.
And now into the finish, we've got Lenka Meklova. She's actually the last in the picture, but Teresiana Sikova is leading that group of 3. Zia Bertolotti as well from France. But in fact, Lenka Meklova is going to be slower than Amanda Falk-Weber at this point. She'll go into a new 3rd position. Lenka Meklova now in 3rd place for the Czech Republic.
Yeah, it's a tough race.
And that tough final sprint. So if we think about the different route choices there's not too much in it, but wasn't fast enough to beat Amanda Falk-Weber at this point. The 2 of them were looking quite similar. Had similar times up to control 14, and then Meklova choosing a different route choice into control 15. Okay, these are the standings though at the finish. Anna Stikova still with the lead. Now it's 2 minutes and 5 seconds ahead of Amanda Falk-Weber of Denmark. Lenka Meklova, as we've just seen, coming into 3rd place, 2:13 behind. And Leah Bertolotti, as we've seen there from France, 3:40. We've also got Ingrid Lindenez completing the top 5 in 3:42 behind. So fastest time at the moment, 41:46. Our expected winning time here is 35 minutes, although I think it's going to be tough to get down to that kind of speed. So, but of course, the best runners in the world will be starting last.
I think that's... we have Sophie Bachmann for sure.
Henrika Heikkinen.
And it looks like Annika Rima, doesn't it? Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Estonian. I don't think that's
another
Henrika
finish,
Heikkinen.
yeah.
So, but that's for sure Sophie Bachmann in the red kit, and Annika Rima in the blue and white. So I think we're still waiting for Henrika Heikkinen.
Mika Rima's caught Sophie Bachmann by the 3 minutes. And the Finn is going to be, I think, we haven't caught her yet. Will be too late to get ahead of... oh, there we go. There she is.
Yeah, Now
So,
ever.
yeah, a new leading time there from Henrika Heikkinen, who's in second spot at control 5 as well. So, continued that good form.
It's Anna Hataja, I think, from Finland. And we also know that in front of her, 1.5 minutes, we would have expected Judith Wieder to start, but she didn't start today. She had some problems yesterday already with her stomach. In the picture now, Josefin Kärnlund from Sweden.
Seem to be seeing a lot more consistency now into this control number 5 that has caused some trouble earlier in the race. It's really important to keep the direction into this one. So reminder, our current leader at this point, Denisa Kosova, as you can see there, 9:26. But Josephine Kärnlund is going to go just a bit slower than Henrika Heikkinen, who we've just seen take the new fastest time at control number 12.
So that's quite a good start for the Swedish runner.
So again, let's have a look at some comparisons for the fastest 3 at the finish. A slower route there into control 13 from Meklova.
It was 1 minute. She was behind at control 14. In the finish, we know it was a little bit more than 2 minutes. Let's see. I think she's losing time going around there. Yes, indeed. It was not very much though. Some seconds maybe, but less than expected. And the route choice to go around there seemed to be quite okay.
Yeah. Not as extreme as it maybe might first seem.
I think that's the entrance to control 4. It's quite when you run up there, you see these big cliffs and you start to wonder. I mean, you see on the map that there is a passage that you should get through, and then you start to hesitate. Is it really possible to get through there? Will I have to climb a lot, or how will it be? But for sure, I mean, you see on the map that there is a passage, but then it's very narrow, and both sides it's a cliff for like 10 meters up. Something special you can experience here.
So Maija Sienoja here for Finland, staying very high here, but now she's got a good direction up onto this next spur. But she again is already behind Denisa Kosova, our current leader. And fairly slow up into that control point, just really closely checking the map of the next route choice, and she should drop down from here if she's to take the fastest route. And yep, she's managed to make that decision. And staying low, approaching the next control from below. back now at control 11. Should be looking for Paula Gross here. And soon we should also be seeing Denisa Kosova at this point as well. See if she can retain her lead. She started only 3 minutes after Paula Gross.
Here we have Paula Gross in the picture. She is already late. She has to punch control 11 first, and then it's around, let's say, 30-40 seconds to control 12.
And you can also see the other runners that are ahead of her coming back in the same direction. Which is on the way to control 13. So now she's got to find this rock. Yep, you can see she's spotted it.
Overtaking finish runner there. For some seconds at least. As I said, very soon we are waiting for Denisa Kosova at control 11. Still we see Paula Gross here in the picture, leaving for control 13.
Also looking for Adela Indrakova, who started only 90 seconds ahead of Denisa Kosova. I think we've seen
yeah,
her there.
Kosova there.
Let's have a look at Kosova's route, though, from 10.
And now, yeah, that's approximately where we've seen her before. Here she is in the picture, Denisa Kosova.
Yeah, with Adela Indrakova as well. So let's see what the split time, though, is at control number 12, the next one.
Yeah, Indrakova, she started 1.5 minutes before Denisa Kosova. So I think there's a chance for new best time. But it's quite tight there compared to the Finnish runner Haikonen.
I'm not sure there's going to be a chance for a new best time if she goes this way.
Saved by her teammate there.
And we'll punch there and have a new best time by a second. So very, very close there.
She lost some time between the first split and the second one.
Yep, she was 27 seconds ahead of Henrika Haikonen at control number 5.
Back at control 4. This is Anna Närhi on her way to the finish. She's late compared to Stikova.
Yep, she's over 2 minutes late. She'll drop into 4th position. So Anna Neriner into 4th spot. 44 minutes and 6 seconds is 2 minutes 20 off the pace.
This is Sarina Jenser. And also Isja Bassi, the medalist from the World Championships. I think both of them are late already.
But Basse has caught up Sarina Jenser though by 90 seconds. And the two of them there, you can see the track they headed up there, but they're not going too long along the track, too far along the track, and they can spot the control there pretty easily. So Basse is, as you can see, over a minute behind the time of Denisa Kosova, who we saw just then take the new fastest time at control 12 by only a second ahead of our leader at the finish.
And we got information that Emma Biesmo got a mispunch. Maybe we'll see it here. What happens? Oh, she forgets to punch control 6. I think she did a mistake there on her way between control 5 and 6, and when she got up to the path, she starts to read to the wrong control. Stuff like things like this can happen when you get into a stressful situation, and you don't expect to be where you are, and then you suddenly relocate, and by relocating you also have a new start reading your way to the control, and I think she started to read to the wrong control at that point. This is Martina Ruch, so she is late, a little bit more than 1 minute. And very soon we will have a next Czech runner, Venela Horčíčková. At this point, and we have seen almost all of the Czech runners doing a good race. Here she is in the beginning, but she seems to be a little bit late compared to her teammate, Denisa Kosova.
Yeah, she's late now. But we know Kosova lost her 27-second advantage in between controls 5 and 12. So
it will be more than 27 seconds here. See, Kosova, she decided to go up there through the green area and then up again straight.
I think that's where she lost some of the advantage going between 6 and 7.
But then it seemed to be good to head up directly there from control 7 up to the path. At least you didn't lose time there. Then we see between 9 and 10 that the Finnish runner is choosing to run down to the path, and Denisa Kosova is running around, heading up first to the path and then taking the control from above.
I think it's
10 to 11. That's, we haven't seen that before.
I think we saw it once, but
and
I'm not convinced it's.
And then
it's the
again, she
best
was running
option.
around to control 12 up there. That's why we missed her there at control 12. We were waiting for her, but didn't see her in the picture until she punched.
Yep, Henrika Heikkinen, that is. So live with Henrik Heikkinen, but well,
we
we're
don't.
not because the GPS.
And we
are
don't know
stuck.
which route choice Denisa Kosova.
So now starting to get into some of the very fast runners at the end of the start list. Lena Strand here, who was the fastest on the first leg of the sprint relay yesterday. Had a year mostly concentrating on sprints.
Swedish champion in middle distance some weeks ago. So Swedish champion in relay. This is Anna Hataya, way to the 11th control. Also Galina Vinogradova from Russia.
And Anna Hataya has caught up almost 3 minutes on Galina Vinogradova. Now, yes, she really needs to stay low, and there's a gap between the rocks just out of sight of the camera. We can catch her from the other side, and the control is just this side of the rock. You can see Galina Vinogradova's found it there. Then reasonably quick out of the control the other side.
This is Annika Rima, and if I remember right, we seen her just before. We've seen Henna Rika Heikkinen in the picture at the second TV control, so I think very soon we will have her to the finish as well.
So Annika Rima goes 5th. And download here, and we will see Henrik Heikkinen hopefully very, very soon.
She started 3 minutes behind Annika Rima.
Here she is.
Yeah, still together with Sophie Bachmann.
But we can say that she is already late on to take a new leading time. She's a minute late at the moment. Should get into a new second spot though. Henrika Heikkinen, who when she was at control number 5 had the new fastest, well, and 12 had the fastest time. So the Finn can cross the line, goes second, 1 minute and 19 behind the runner from the Czech Republic, who still has a leading time. We will see hopefully Denisa Kosova soon, and another of the Czech athletes is now at
Jana
control 4.
Knapova, last
She is
starter for the Czech Republic.
She's a minute, though, late now at this point. A minute behind Denisa Kosova, who had a good lead at control 5, though we saw her make I'd say a wrong route choice from 6 to 7 and lost most of that advantage. So Jana Knapova now over a minute and a half behind her teammate.
And here we see they're still together at this point, so okay, she didn't execute it too well. She should have run down directly from control 16, but it seems to be much faster to back out from the control and run around there to control 17.
But I think if she'd gone more north out of 16 and then taken a different re-entrant up into 17, it would have been closer. It's hard to say.
I think closer, but still, my feeling now is that it's faster to go around. And this is Camilla Olausen, 9 minutes so far. for the runner from Norway. So she will be late, but not very much. And we also know that Denisa Kosova, she lost some time between the first and the second TV split. And we haven't seen Lisa Risby. She started between Jana Knapova and Camilla Olausen, so most probably she was overtaken by Camilla Olausen in the beginning of the course.
So 9:46 is 20 seconds behind the time of Denisa Kosova, but we know she lost 26 seconds between controls 5 and 12. Sari Antonen is the next to start from Finland. We've got 7 more athletes after her to head out into the forest.
Maja Sianoja, her way to the second TV control.
But she is already 2.5 minutes late.
Is it Ingrid Myhre there? Then she would actually have caught Sianoja.
But the two of them aren't fast enough to challenge our leaders at this point. There we go. Maja Sianoja is coming up to 3 minutes slower than Denisa Kosova.
And it was Ingrid Myhre indeed. So she caught Maja Sianoja there, but she lost contact here, doing a small mistake to control 12. This is Julia Jakob, starting from Switzerland. Remember the middle distance at the European Champs when everyone thought that she won the race, but she didn't actually. She forgot to punch one control on her way just before the spectator passage, the arena passage. And this is Svetlana Miranova from Russia, 9:33, so she is late and still has some meters to go to the control.
Looks to be quite aggressive through the terrain, but just heading out there to the path as a handrail. And she needs to be careful not to go too far up the path here, because you can't see the control from the path, but if you are just a little bit left of it, then you can see it. So yes, she's made the same mistake that we've seen so many women make and just run too far. She, I think, has realised faster than most, and the control is just out of shot on the left here. Again, she's gone. She knows something is up, but she's run too far along this track. And yeah, there we go. Camera operator can show us where the control is. This is what she's looking for, number 5. So she'll go down into 20th position. Okay, back at the finish. Denisa Kosova now into the finish, and it's looking good for the Czech athlete to take a new fastest time on the course. Denisa Kosova, who is still leading at control number 5, is leading by only a second at control number 12, but she's had a good last part of the course, and she's going to take a new fastest time by 43 seconds, 41.03 for Denisa Kosova. And finally, the time of Stikova has been overtaken. Finally, somebody has gone faster.
Yeah, it was a tough race, but we didn't really see mistakes by her. We know that she lost some time, almost half a minute from the first TV split to the second one. But I think I get the feeling that it will be hard for the runners to get every decision they make to be the right one. So I think this is quite a good run by Denisa Kosova. Let's see how far she can get with this race. This is Adela Indrakova from Czech Republic as well.
Who's been overtaken by Denisa Kosova, but the time is... She might head into a podium position at the moment. I think it'd be interesting to see Denisa Kosova's route choices into the last few controls, because we've seen several differences there. She certainly had a good last few controls in the race. There we go, Adela Indrakova into 5th spot, 2 minutes and 46 seconds slower than her teammate Denisa Kosova, who's just taken the new fastest time.
This is Sofia Hayanen, I think. Just, yeah, you can see that on the running style. And she's late.
And also heading out to the path. There we go, she's found the control, no problem. Now Marika Taney here.
The European champion and the silver medalist from the World Championships. So for sure, one of the favorites for today's race. Kind of a middle distance specialist. This is Andrine Benjaminsen from Norway. Started 1.5 minutes behind Sofia Hayanen. And this is
Vendula Hochkova.
Yeah. From the Czech Republic.
Was that on her way to control 11? I think she's
Maybe.
missing that control.
I think we see... Yeah, I wouldn't make a guess there. Could have been Sarina Jensu, but I'm unsure. At the back of Sara Hagström, and this looks like a good start. She has 40 seconds left to control number 5 to take over the lead. There we see, I mean, it's a little bit cryptic there, but we have a shared best time, don't we?
Yeah, with Lina Strand also has the shared best time.
9:26 for Lina Strand and Denisa Kosova. And let's see what Sara Hagström has here. She's some seconds to go. So we had, now we can see Andrine Benjaminsen's time there, 4 seconds behind. Also a good start for Sara Hagström, only 9 seconds behind. So now we have quite many good split times here at control number 5.
But Vendula Hochkova there, so I think we did see her making a mistake into control 11. Now goes into 7th spot, ahead of Indrakova, who we've seen at the finish. And now back at the start, one of the runners in contention for a top 3 position on this World Cup. It is Natalia Gempela, who, after her disqualification in the knockout sprint qualification race, she didn't run yesterday, so comparatively fresh legs for the Russian, who took her first ever World Championship gold in the middle distance.
Individual gold.
First ever individual gold.
And she's actually the second last starter in this competition. There's only Tove Alexandersson, the winner of the overall World Cup, coming after her, 1.5 minutes after her. This is Sari Antonen at control number 4. 9:36, so she's already more than 10 seconds late now compared to Kosova and Strand.
And here, though, is our final starter. And whenever she starts a race, is always a big favourite. 2-time middle distance world champion. She's got 7 world championship golds to her name, and is always a favourite when she starts a race.
But we remember her last 2 races. We have seen quite big mistakes in both of them. Both at the European Championships, when she missed the second last control, we thought that she is the gold medalist, but she lost the gold medal there. And then also the incredibly big mistake at the World Championships, where she even mispunched in the end.
Yeah, that was a painful race. But you go see Yulia Jakob go just 2 seconds slower than Kosova and Strand. So a good start for the Swiss runner there.
And here we have the other runner fighting for the second place in the overall World Cup, together with Natalia Gempela, or against Natalia Gempela, Caroline Olsson. 8:35, that's a good start for the runner from Sweden. She has 46 seconds left now to take over the lead from Nina Strand and Denisa Kosova.
Here we go, you can see the clock ticking down, but she's got a good direction into this control. And there we go, she's spotted that one now. See what the gap is like when she punches this control. This is number 5, as you can say, lead currently being held by Kosova and Strand. But here we go, we have a new leading time. Caroline Olsson, 9 minutes and 19 seconds. She goes 7 seconds clear of the rest of the field. So a great start for the Swede, who really is hoping for some great individual results here this weekend.
Tatjana Knapoa, I think, yeah. 26 minutes and 20 seconds.
She was, when she came through at control 5, she was already 1 minute and 42 seconds behind the leaders, so not going to make an impact on this race in the same way as we've seen with her other teammates. And already, as we can see, 1 minute 45 seconds late.
far together with Anastasia Rutnaya, 9:25, so she's already late compared to Caroline Olsson. Camilla Olausen from Norway, 25 minutes, so that's a new best time, I think.
Yeah, equal.
Yeah, but we got twice Kosovo there as a name, so but let's say it was a good time, maybe a new leading time for Camilla Olausen. That means that she did a good job on this second part.
Well, she was 20 seconds behind Kosovo when she punched control 5, and we know Kosovo had a little bit of a route choice mistake there. Anyway, here's Anna Hattia from Finland now, but she's over 5 minutes behind the lead of Kosovo.
And maybe we get an idea why she is ahead of Kosovo now. Had the same exit there from control 6 to 7, and now they split up. Seems that it was better, the choice Kosovo took.
But Camilla Olausen looks much faster though into control 6.
And here we have the European champion, 9:52, so she is late.
So not had the start that she might hope for, 44 seconds behind Olsen. And now again we can go behind, on the tail of Sabine Housewith. She's going up this track and it's looking pretty good. Our leading time at this point, 9:19. So Sabine Housewith now into this control. Not quite as direct. Let's check the actual punch.
This,
well, it looks about the same.
They make it very exciting here, but let's say it was a good time again.
Yeah, it looked about the same as Olsen, the leader there. So a very good start for Sabine Housewith, who's on her way to catching Marika Taney.
And we continue with the comparison between Kosovo and Camilla Olausen. Still, it's almost every time until now they decided to take the same routes to the control. Now they split up. Camilla Olausen running around this very detailed area, and that, yeah, it was about exactly the same. But it seems that she has a little bit higher speed there. And now it would be interesting to see which routes, if they split up from 14 to 15. We haven't seen the decision Kosovo made here, I think, so far. This is Lina Strand, on her way to control number 11. 24:25. Leading time at control 12 is 25:04. This will be tight, I think. Oh, 24:57. Now we get the time for Camilla Olausen there as well. Nina Strand into second position there, 24.59. 2 seconds behind Camilla Olausen from Norway.
And now here is Natalia Gempela, but we know, you can see on the graphics there, she too is too late.
That means that she loses quite a lot of time compared to Caroline Olsson as well. And we know that they are fighting for this second position in the overall World Cup. And I mean, there are many positions in between them at the moment. And the time we have here for Sabine Haus, we're at 8:31.
I thought she was around the same time as Caroline Olsen, 9:19 anyway.
We will see.
Nevertheless, Gempler there down in 35th position at this point. That's not what she
here
wanted.
we have Tove Alexandersson, the winner of the overall World Cup. And the time
She's late.
is 9:40. Well, let's just think that this 8:31 is correct there. So then she is more than a minute late now.
(9:53). A minute and 22 seconds slow. I'm not convinced about Sabine Hauswirth's time because it looked like when the graphics were ticking, it was about the same, 9:19, but can't make too many assumptions either way. So at the finish, a reminder, still our current leading time, Denisa Kosova, 41:03. Again, our estimated winning time here today, 35 minutes. So still 6 minutes off that, but lots of good runners still to make it through to finish.
Andrine Benjaminsen from Norway on her way to the 12th control. We have a leading the time there, 24 minutes and 57 seconds. So I think this is going to be tight. Maybe a chance for Andrine Benjaminsen.
Not if she
but not anymore.
runs past
she
the
misses
control.
the control here. We have never seen another. We haven't seen another runner
Go that far
now.
up.
That's kind
But
of.
she's slipping behind.
So I'm quite sure she will come back very soon.
Yeah, we'll see her again. There we go. She goes around there. And maybe now she can just about see the control. It's
turning
just where the
back here.
camera is, pretty much.
Yeah,
So
and we can also say she lost about half a minute by doing this mistake.
So Camilla Olausson from Norway, a teammate, still is the best. Let's have a look at Anthony Benjaminsen's tracking. She had a good time up until that mistake just there at control number 12.
So she chose to run around to control 11, avoiding this no, she didn't really avoid it.
I think a little mistake there into control 11 as well.
And
So
another control mistake to control 12. Well, I think if you run up there, you should run around this area, like the whole area, and not go down in the end. At this point there, I think it's a good choice to run down because you don't. You can do the climbing on the path, and it's not very much climbing up to the control. Yeah, of course, the last meters, but otherwise, for sure, you shouldn't go back down if you head up there straight from the control.
well, Vandula Horchikova there into second position, 22 seconds behind her teammate Kosova. It's a good last part of the course there from Horchikova to take that second spot. So Czech 1, 2, 3 at the moment. You'll get the download, of course. But these are our current standings at the finish. As you can see, Denisa Kosova still with that leading time, Wojcikova in second, and Stikova, one of the earliest, really early starters, in third place, 43 seconds behind. Then a big gap to Martina Ruch, who we also saw finishing there. She's 1 minute and 50 seconds slower than Denisa Kosova. But back at control, number 11.
This is Julia Jakob.
And she's looking like she's got a strong time. A leading point at control
indeed.
12 is Camilla Olausson, 24.57. So Julia Jakob looking very strong. And was that Sarah Hagström? She caught up 3 minutes on Sarah Hagström. So getting some good feedback as well from the fact that she's caught up. The runner starting 3 minutes ahead of her. And as you can see there, the time looking very good for Julia Jakob. So a new fastest time there for the Swiss runner, 23.44, as you can see at Sarah Hagström in there too. That's a big advantage as Sarah Hagström goes 17th, 3.09 behind Jakob. And our next runner we should see is Caroline Olsen, who had a good time at control 5.9.19. She was fastest through there when she approached, and we are, as you can see, on the lookout now for Caroline Olsen.
I think now we see her. So that she might have been running around this area as well, since we haven't seen her running up to the control. She has half a minute left to take over the lead from, take away the lead from Julia Jakob. And I think if she's not doing a mistake, as we have seen Antrine Benjaminsen doing, but she's doing that, not as much.
But we'll still go into the new fastest time there, 23.34 is 10 seconds in the lead. So Caroline Olsen of Sweden there with, again, the new fastest time at control number 12. So her and Julia Jakob now with a 1 minute 23 and 1 minute 13 second gap over the rest of the field.
This is Sari Antonen, but she started 3 minutes ahead of Caroline Olsson. So she was caught and overtaken.
And now we have only 5 athletes left to make it to control 12. This point where we've had the second time check. Looking next for Anastasia Rudnaya. So standings at split number 1, after all the athletes have been through there. Sabine Hauswirth there says 9.17, so that 3.31 not right, but so she had a 2-second lead ahead of Caroline Olsen, who's just taken the lead at 12. Lena Strand there in the 3rd spot, joint with Denisa Kosova, who's our current leader at the finish. Julia Jakob there, who's had a brilliant middle section of the course, was in 5th spot, now up into 2nd, only 10 seconds, sorry, behind Caroline Olsen. Also saw Anna Stikova in 12th spot at that point. And let's have a look at the good running there of Julia Jakob compared to Kosova and Camilla Olausson.
So she chose to run up to the path again. Olausson all the way around. So there we had all the 3 options.
And Julia Jakob really spiking that control number 11. He had no problems finding which re-entrant she had to fine there. But of course, it's a lot easier when you can see on the ground there it's tracking up and there's more runners around there too.
And I mean, there's also the men's race going on. They have the same control there. That might help a little bit as well if you're lucky. Now I think we see, yeah, here we have Camilla Olausen.
And it's looking very good for the Norwegian, who took, well, when she was there, took the new fastest time at control 12. And it's looking very good. Oh, she thinks she's crossed the line, but no, that's not it. She needs to keep going. And looks like she's going to be the first one to beat Kosova's time. So no longer Czech Republic 1, 2, 3, Camilla Olausen, but she'll be disappointed that she thought the line was earlier. There we go, new fastest time, 40 minutes and 24 seconds for Camilla Olausen. She finally goes faster than a Czech runner, but
discussing about the one difficult control, but we don't really know which one they are talking about.
now we also have Jan Hapova. She is too late though. Her time over 44 minutes. We just saw Camilla Olausen take the lead, 40-24. So Jana Knapova there will drop to the top 15. And will cross the line. There we go, 15th position, 44-27, 4:03. Not quite the speed of some of the Czech youngsters. And this is looks like Marika Taney and Anastasia Rudnaya. So Marika Taney has caught Rudnaya by 90 seconds, but she is too late. She was 44 seconds behind at control number 5. It's now dropped. She's lost over another minute, so it's now 1:48 behind Olsen. So let's have a look at some of the final starters on the way to control.
Interesting. Now we see some choices from the beginning. Tove Alexandersson, she stayed in the slope very long. I think it would have been a good choice to do it as Camilla Olausen did, and then she follows the path too long. I think that's why we have seen such a big difference between her time gap up to the leaders there at the first TV split, and Sabine Hauswirth. She must have done a mistake here between the first TV split and the second one, because now she's more than 1 minute behind.
Yeah, she was leading by 2 seconds.
So somewhere on the way between the first and the second TV, she must have lost 1 minute. Back again to this comparison between Tove Alexandersson, Natalia Gempele, Caroline Olsson and Camilla Olausen. And Caroline Olsson, we see, running up on this path, which I think is a good decision. It's very easy, it's quite easy to execute from there, the way she's doing. We see Tove Alexandersson's very stupid mistake there on the path. Small mistake by Caroline Olsson, but not a very big one. And we see that she's just a little bit faster.
And then Gempele loses the time for the route choice, and again in the circle as well.
Yeah. And this is Lina Strand, and I think she might be fighting. She will take over the lead here from Camilla Olausen.
You can see there Camilla Olausen's time at the finish, 40:24. Now Lina Strand's going to take the new fastest time at this point. So Lina Strand of Sweden, now into the final stretches of the race, will take a new fastest time, the first one to go under 40 minutes, so 39:41 is 43 seconds faster than Camilla Olausen.
So somewhere from second TV split to the finish, she must have been much faster than Camilla Olausen.
Yeah, she was 2 seconds behind at control 12, but
So,
now 43
maybe
seconds
a route
faster.
choice there in the end.
Now we've got Natalia Gempeler, and she too is late. It's 25:18 now, and our fastest time at control 12 is being held by Caroline Olsen, 23:34, who was 10 seconds faster than Julia Jakob. So Natalia Gempeler, 2 minutes behind Olsen at this point.
And there in the picture now we saw Tove Alexandersen as well, heading up to this 11th control. She has also chosen to go up to the path from control 10 and then head down exactly the same as we have seen Julia Jakob doing.
So not a good day for Gempeler, who's 2:27. And Tove Alexandersen started 90 seconds after Natalia Gempeler, so she too is late to this control. In fact, she's over a minute late already. She was 1 minute 22 behind, behind the incorrect time of Sabine Hauswirth at control 5. But anyway, now the gap is, I think, more accurate, and she is 1:29 behind the time of Caroline Olsen. So, well, Tove Alexandersen, she's already won the World Cup, but of course every race she wants to win, she's you know, you have to be that type of competitor.
Yeah, of course, but we have seen the mistake she was doing to the first control. Quite a stupid mistake on a path. It's hard to get in. It was on the way to the second control. It's hard to get back to the competition when you do something like that in the beginning. You start thinking about what you have done, and you just have to let it go and refocus and focus on the controls you have left, because it's, I mean, the race has just started. There's a long way to go, but still it's always sitting there in your head, and you try to not think about it, but in a way it gets very tempting to be more attacking after a mistake like this, and you have to be careful to not overdo it and to focus and really hold to your tactics.
Okay.
And this is now, we see at control 15, they are still together, Lina Strand and Camilla Olausen, and we know that Lina Strand was 1 minute faster almost in the finish, so let's see what happens here between control 16, and that's what we've seen before. It's much faster to go back on this path and run around. We also know that Camilla Olausen might not have executed very well, because she could run up there to the right of this cliff to get a little bit closer to the red line. But Lina Strand is much faster here on the route choice around almost a minute, I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was 43 seconds.
Because the tail here, it's 1.5 minutes, so not 1 minute. She lost a lot of time here in the end, so very important to get this route choice right,
Mironova
as it seems.
goes 21st, 5 minutes 30 seconds behind Lina Strand, who's, as we just saw, good route choices to the last control, really paid off. But soon we will see Julia Jakob and Caroline Olsen. They were leading at control 12. Anyway, here we go. Here are the standings at the finish. There we go. Lina Strand, 39.41, was 43 seconds faster than Camilla Olausen. Denisa Kosova was the best of the Czech runners in current third spot, a minute 22 down. Then Ndula Hochkova and Anna Stikova. Lisa Risby there in 6th place for Sweden, 2 minutes 26. But of course, we've got the fastest runners, the ones ranked the highest in the world rankings, still to make their way to the finish. And but not everybody's had clean races. We know Natalia Gempeler was 2 minutes 27 seconds behind Caroline Olsen at control 12. Tove Alexanderson was 1 minute 29 seconds slower. And in fact, still the 5 last runners also making some mistakes out there.
Alva Olsson from Sweden. She's late, she's very, very late. 15 minutes behind Lina Strand.
So we're waiting for Julia Jakob and Caroline Olsen. I think they've had the pre-warnings and we should very, very shortly be seeing them at the finish. They are the 2 leaders. Let's have a look, though, at some of the fastest ones around control 13. You can see Olsen and Jakob there with
quite a big advantage, yeah. Let's see what they choose here on the long route. I expect them to go straight. We see Caroline Olsen is doing it. Also Julia Jakob. So Lina Strand. And the same is also Camilla Olausen doing. Here we see that they split up a little bit. Caroline Olsen is trying to avoid some of the climbing. Running down this re-entrant.
seems to be...
Also Lina Strand is doing this. You would understand why they're doing that if you would be at that place. It's very steep there. And here we have Julia Jakob. And there is a chance, but she must have lost time in the end. I think she's too late, actually.
It's going to be very close between Julia Jakob and Lina Strand here on the final section.
Here
but this is Caroline Olsen, and she's caught up nearly almost the 90 seconds to Julia Jakob. So Julia Jakob will cross the line. Let's just check. Oh, she goes 1 second ahead of Lina Strand. So Jakob into first place, but it's going to be a short-lived one. Caroline Olsen here is going to round the corner. She's had a really, really great race, and look at that. Over a minute faster than Julia Jakob. Caroline Olsen can cross the line and take the lead, and I think that may well be the win there for Caroline Olsen. It'll be her first individual win at a World Cup, and that was a very, very strong run there, all the way to the line from Caroline Olsen. There's still 5 runners in the forest, but they're all over a minute behind Caroline Olsen at control 12.
Seems as if she was eating some dirt there out on the course. Well, it is indeed a very tough course. You see that also at the times. They had very short, I mean, it's 3.8 kilometers, but they had almost 10 minutes per kilometer here as an average pace. So very tough race. Let's see comparison. See what they were choosing there, especially from 16 to 17. That's interesting because we know that it's much faster to back out from the control again. So let's see if Caroline Olsen is losing time compared to Lina Strand. I know that she was doing that. Julia Jakob lost at least. We know that she was only 1 second ahead in the finish, so she must have lost almost a minute there as well. And look at that. That's so much faster.
Well, I think that just shows the strength of Caroline Olsen. To see it, not even though she doesn't make the right decision there, she didn't make the right decision there. It didn't matter. She still has taken the lead anyway. Sorry, Antonin now, who was passed by Caroline Olsen and Julia Jakob. She's over 5 minutes down on that leading time. We've still got Anastasia Rodnaya, Marika Taney, Sabine Hauswirth, Natalia Gempeler and Tove Alexanderson still to finish. But as I said before, they were all over a minute slower than Caroline Olsen and Julia Jakob as well at control number 12. And it seems to be a bit of a breakthrough season for Caroline Olsen. As we see Sarah Hagstrom now to the finish, but she too was passed by Sari Antonen, Julia Jakob and Caroline Olsen. So, well, again, she thinks that's the line.
Well, it's very tempting to think that it's the finish there.
It's wishful thinking,
yeah.
isn't it?
And, well, I guess that she was running the uphill in the end there because she looks quite tired. That's when things like that happen.
Although, you know, if you're not tired at the end of the course, then you've not worked hard enough.
But it's another kind of tiredness when you have an uphill, like a 50 meters uphill, doing just before the finish. So, let's see, Sabine Hauswirth compared to Lina Strand. That's the interesting part here. But we know that Lina Strand, she managed to really get the good route choices there in the end. So I think it will be very tough for Sabine Hauswirth to pass Lina Strand. She's actually choosing another route. But she was almost a minute behind there. And as I mentioned earlier, I don't think it's faster to go around. You have to do the climbing anyway. And you do even more climbing by going out to this street. So let's see, it was around a minute. I mean, she doesn't lose time.
It's difficult to
but
tell.
It stopped in the wrong moment.
Yes.
But we know that Lina Strand had a very good finish here from 16 to 17. So I don't really believe that that Sabine Hauswirth is able to just physically be around 40 seconds faster than Lina Strand, because I'm quite sure that she was the fastest one here in the end. So just do it another 40 seconds faster seems
it's too big a margin,
very realistic, yeah. Yeah, and now we see that Sabine Hauswirth, she chose to go for the slightly slower, or quite a lot slower route there to the left of the red line.
And going up the very steep section, same as Julia Jakob. Anyway, Sabine Hauswirth is the next one we should see into the finish. And she was the third to last starter. Well, there's two other women who started after her. So still waiting for her to make her way up on the hill and find control 17. Here we go, here she is, but the time 40:13. We can say that she's already late. But she is, of course, fighting all the way to the line. And she's going to try and be just a bit faster than the fastest Czech runner, Denisa Kosova. Anyway, she can cross the line and will go into 5th position, 2 minutes, 21 seconds slower than Caroline Olsen. So Sabine Hauswirth into 5th spot. So now we wait for Marika Taney. European champion and silver medalist in the World Championships in the sprint distance. Not quite gone her way today. Bit of an understatement, over going to be about 5 minutes behind the time of Caroline Olsen.
So I think the only one we are waiting for, maybe for top 3, is Tove Alexandersson, but she seemed to be quite...
She had to have a fast finish. I mean, if anybody can do it, she can.
Yeah, I'm especially thinking about the long leg 14-15. If she gets it right there and can push very hard, it might be one possibility to catch some time, but...
Well, here's Natalia Gempler. She too is over 2 minutes slower than Caroline Olsen.
And with that we can say that Tove Alexandersson has no chance to beat Caroline Olsen, so she is the winner today. First individual World Cup victory.
So Natalia Gempler goes 6th, and yeah, that means that Tove Alexandersson is now a minute slower than Caroline Olsen. So Olsen takes, as you said, Jonas, her first individual World Cup victory. Here we can see Anastasia Rudnaya. But she's a long way behind Caroline Olsen's winning time of 38 minutes and 30 seconds.
And now I think we can also say that Tove Alexandersson is too late for the top 3.
So yes, we're still waiting for the final start at Tove Alexandersson. And Tove Alexandersson not had a good record in middle distances this year.
Yeah, I mean, she was in 2nd position, or she was top 3 at least at the European Champs still. But of course, we expect her to do very, very well in every race, and she is the favorite for the victory in almost every race. Thinking about that, of course, I mean, this World Championships middle distance, it's still in our heads, it's still in her head, I'm sure about that. And now this race again, not finishing among the top, let's say, top 8. So that's for sure not what she is expecting from herself.
No, and with good reason she has high expectations of her orienteering, but today it's not been great. I think route choice into control number 2 and a mistake there that we definitely saw. There must have been some others out on the course as well, because Tove Alexandersson will cross the line and take top 10. Will take 10th position, 3:24, and yeah, she's not happy with that at all.
Yeah, the volunteer got an angry view there. And with that we can say the winner of today's middle distance is Caroline Olsen for the first time ever, an individual World Cup victory. And 2nd position, Julia Jakob from Switzerland. Only 1 second ahead of Lina Strand, Sweden, 1 and 11 behind Caroline Olsen.
And also a word for Denisa Kosova, Vendula Hochkova and Anistikova, 7th, 8th and 9th position.
And this for sure will be interesting now in the overall World Cup between Caroline Olsen and Natalia Gempler. Natalia Gempler finishing in 6th position, I think.
And we can drop down the final results. There were 96 women on the start list today. But we are going to move on now, though, to the men's competition, which has been running at the same time as the women's competition. And we've got our final starter on the men's course in about 4 minutes' time, in fact. So the course for the men, 4.3 kilometers, 22 controls, and 360 meters of climb. Again, our estimated winning time is 35 minutes, but as we saw on the women, it was 38:30. So going slower than expected. Let's have a look at the course, though.
And the course is only 600 meters longer than the women's course, but it's a little bit more climbing, and the entrance to the controls is sometimes a bit tougher. Here, I think the first control is quite a tough one because you don't expect it that it's going up that much. But as we talked about earlier, I hope they are well prepared for these cliffs and rocks. Second control, quite similar as we've seen in the women's race. 3 and 4, a little bit longer there for the men compared to the women's race, but no very big problems I would expect there. 7, 8 is the TV control we have seen also in the women's race. It was control 4 and 5. Quite similar kind of orienteering between 8, 9 and 10. Then 11, 12 go down there again. Then we have these same problems as we had in the women's race, where you have to decide if you want to go down or if you want to go up again and use the path to control 13, and the same for control 14. Then we have quite about the same loop there, 15, 16, 17, 18, and the long leg. Now it's even longer than the women's leg there, because this control actually is on the other side of the hill. So you can avoid a little bit more of the climbing by going around here. So let's see if that influences the decision of the runners. And then we have another, I think we have the same route choice there from control 16, or the second last to the last control. No, we don't.
No, there's an extra control in there.
There's one control in between. It's almost a little bit a pity, because that was a good one, an interesting one in the women's race. This is the second last starter, Matthias Kiburtz.
And now they're racing today for World Cup points.
The leader in the overall World Cup.
So we can again have a look at the start list. So it's been organised such that the ones with the lowest world ranking points, fewest world ranking points, go first. So the ones who are leading the world rankings will start later on. And as you've just seen, we've only got one more runner yet to head out into the forest. That is Olaf Lundenes, the last starter today. So in just over 35 minutes time, we should have a winner for you.
And actually I expect them to be able to run this course in 35 minutes. And one very interesting name there, start number 108, Wojtek Kral. He did a great performance in the knockout sprint when he took a victory, and he had also a great performance yesterday in the sprint relay. And he got the Czech team back into the competition and ended up on top 3 in the end. And this is Olav Lundenes with a very aggressive start again, as we're used to see him doing.
And he's never actually won the World Cup overall.
No.
So
it has been quite much Hoopman and Kiburtz in the last years.
Yes.
Elias Kuka from Finland leading 39:24.
So you can see 39:24 for Elias Kuka. Right now the fastest time. I can't see Elias anywhere in the course. It's so strange. But I have to wait for the downloading.
So yeah, let's just recap those standings at the finish. So Elias Kuka going 5 seconds faster than Kasper Fosser.
Very interesting. In second position, the Norwegian junior Kasper Fosser, Only 5 seconds behind on second position, and this is Martin Hopman.
But he is late. We know that the Finn, who's just taken the new lead, Elias Kuka, has overtaken Martin Hubman, caught up the whole 3 minutes and more. So Martin Hubman into the finish there, 18th spot, 4 minutes slower than Kuka.
And now also the lock control. So now we are waiting clearly for a new best time. Here is Andreas Kiburt with the really
And this is Andreas Kiburts, and that's a very clear new best time, 3 minutes and 16 seconds ahead of Elias Kuka. So good race here from Andreas Kiburts, the medalist in the sprint at the World Championships. And he seems to be very satisfied, and I think he should be. It's only 1 minute slower than the expected winning time, so good job there.
Yep, seems to be very happy with his performance there. Let's go back earlier in the race. This is control 4. Is it control 4? No, it isn't. It's control in the men's. It's control 7. It was 4 in the women's. And Timo Sild here is after 11.5 minutes of running. But Tim Robertson is leading at this point, 10:20. Or was leading because he is now finished. But Timo Sild there now 1.5 minutes slower than Tim Robertson. And now we have only 6 runners still to make it to this control number 7, when we get the first time check.
Next one we expect to be at this first TV control is Florian Hovald, medalist from the Middle Easterns at the World Championships. But let's first take Pavel Kubat into the finish. A good race from the Czech runner here.
Not quite as fast as Kiberts, but it's still a good time nevertheless.
He did well using the advantage of running on home soil here. A very good run to second position, Pavel Kubat from Czech Republic. And now we are waiting for Florian Hovald. But he's late. He's very late already, more than a minute. Here he comes.
And we can tell by the direction that he's approaching that control. He's overshot it, maybe done a mistake that we've seen a lot of people making, going too far up the track and then having, if you stick on the track, you just don't see the control. If you're a little bit to the left, then you get a really good sight of the control and the entrance into to the actual feature itself.
This is Jan Peterschila to the finish, the Czech runner, but he's late. Almost 5 minutes late compared to Andreas Kiburts.
William Lind here to control number 7, and again he is late. He is over a minute slower than Robertson, but doesn't have the same problems that we saw with Florian Hovald. So he is 1 minute and 13 seconds behind.
The winner of the World Cup competition, the pursuit in Norway, World Cup round 3 some weeks ago. And he did great last meters there from the last control into the finish in this mass sprint to the finish.
So Gustav Bergman there, just in the back of picture, you can see him in the blue. There we go. And again, he is slower,
Late, but that's
we
a
should
good start. We compare him to Wojtek Kral. And I think that's quite an okay start for Gustav Bergman. Just behind his teammate and Max Peter Beimer and also Robert Mell from Austria.
So 6 seconds behind Wojtek Kral at that control number 7. Fredrik Tranchant into control number 16 on the men's course.
Together with Svensk.
And Tranchant has caught up Emma Svensk by 90 seconds.
This is Gernot Kirschbaumer.
And Gunnar Kirschbaum has nearly caught Fredrik Tranchant by 90 seconds. So looks good for the Austrian. There we can see him running there out of control number 16, but that looks very good for Kirschbaumer. Here's the standings, though, at split 2. Andreas Kiberts is leading this point. Miloš Nikodym of the Czech Republic in second, 7 seconds slower. Pavel Kubat there, 26. But I think if we factor in Gunnar Imsen Kirschbaumer's time, then he will be up there in the top 2.
Right now, 32 minutes running. And now he passed also the pre-warning. And Miloš Nikodym, maybe.
This is GPS tracking for Daniel Hopman. This control is actually quite a tricky one. It's very steep there. And as you can see, it's possible to miss it. And Hopman is choosing to go all the way around there. But a big mistake already in the beginning to the first control, and this is actually, it's different to the women's start because it's a very, very big hill there. You don't expect it because you just see the cliffs around. And let's take Jonas Ecker to the finish. Into maybe 3rd position. Yes, indeed.
So 3rd position at the moment for Jonas Ecker.
And this is Matthias Kiburtz.
So Tim Robertson was leading at control number 8. This is control number 7.
But he's late. He lost quite a lot here in the beginning. Not a very good start for the leader in the overall World Cup. And only 90 seconds behind. We have Lundenes started. And also he is heading for this track. Let's see if he can avoid to do the mistake now.
Yeah,
We've
he's
seen
gone off
many
the track
others
and
do it.
should see the control. There we go.
Yes. But he's more than a minute behind already here after 11.5 minutes. And he caught Daniel Hopman, so that might be an advantage now that they can run together. But, I mean, he's more...
Daniel Hubman is now 2:47 slower than Tim Robertson.
And we know that Kiburtz is 1 minute and 10 seconds behind. If Lundenes is going as fast as Robertson in the beginning, we should see him very soon in the picture.
So we wait for the final starter. But hang on,
But
Lundenes must have done
let's
something as
see.
well.
Let's see. It looks... Oh, he did a mistake as well. Not as big as the one we have seen Hopman doing, but... Well, let's say around 45 seconds maybe. And this is Milos Nikodym, and this will be a new best time for the runner from the Czech Republic. And now we are very close to this 35 minutes expected winning time. And also he stops too early there. But a great run for Milos Nikodym, who was focusing all on this middle distance this weekend. And he managed to do a great job. 35 minutes, 17 seconds into first position. 51 seconds ahead of Andreas Geburts.
And here is Lundenez at control number 8. Let's have a look at what the time is. He is pretty much the same time as Matthias Geburts, 1 minute and 11 seconds behind. So 1 second slower than Matthias Geburts. And we saw on the tracking Lundenez missed control number 1. He made a mistake there.
Even if my Czech language not is very good, I can exactly explain what he's talking about. He was complaining about this this sign on the ground when he thought it was the finish, because actually the finish, the double ring for the symbol for the finish is earlier than the actual finish. So it's exactly at that point where this. Where you have this cables over there.
They were at the team leaders meeting. They were told that the finish was actually a bit.
Yeah.
It was a bit further to go from the last control to the
But
finish.
that's the
than it's
reason
not
why he
on the map.
stopped there.
But yes, as you rightly said, it is.
So you see, I'm very talented even in the Czech language. This is Martin Rekborn and Ruslan Glibov in the picture.
Ruslan Glibov has caught Martin Rekborn by 3 minutes. So looking good for the Ukrainian, who was second in the walk long distance. But Glibov is over a minute and a half slower than Andreas Geburts. You see Robertson there, the leader still, and in fact the leader at control number 8, there into 6th position. But Ruslan Glibov is going to go a minute and about 50 seconds, a minute 49 slower than Andreas Geburts, who has just been overtaken at the finish. Milos Nikodym going faster there. So Wojtek Kral here at control 11, and you can see he's gone around the top.
He is late already. We have the time for Andreas Geburts, 23:28. So already now he is 50 seconds behind, and he has still, let's say, 25 seconds to go from here. So not really going as I expected him to do.
Wojtek Kral was 24 seconds slower than Robertson at control number 5, but now drops to a minute and 6 seconds slower than Geburts.
Let's see, it's now for the first time we see the route choice. We see Kubat and Nikodym going back. See Geburts take the route I was talking about in the beginning in the women's race. So also Kubat did a small mistake there, but it was much slower to go straight there. So good choice by Milos Nikodym to back off out from the control and avoid the climbing. I think it was almost a minute faster.
But I feel that, and if Andreas Geburts was going to go straight, he should have kind of committed to staying closer to the line rather than heading further east and then round the top. Difficult to say.
I mean, he kind of, yeah, I think you're right.
Because he did most of the climbing through the green and then headed out to the track.
But it's a tough decision to go out from the control, back out from the control, because you have like, let's say 150, 200 meters where you're not getting closer to the control, to control 19. So it's always something it's like you have to fight for it to really get it through in your head that you, okay, now I'm investing this 200 meters to avoid the climbing. And I think we have seen that Kiburts was thinking about avoiding the climbing, but he was not really committing to that, to do it from the beginning. And yeah, that cost
But
him 1 minute.
surely Swiss runners are good at, you know, having to take, avoiding the climb and going a long, further distance away from the red line.
I think he has seen the route choice there for sure, but then it's still another thing to actually decide to do it as well.
So Timo Sild here, but he is 2 minutes slower than Andreas Kiburts, who we saw the route choice to 19 costing him the lead, certainly. It's currently being held by Milos Nikodim, who chose to go all the way around to control 19. Timo Sild goes into 11th spot and will be too slow to make an impact on this, on the top results. Next, we're looking for Florian Hovald, who made the mistake into control number 8.
I think he did a small mistake already before, maybe.
So yeah, you can see the advantage there gained by Milos Nikodim as a result of his route choice.
Here we have Florian Hovald. 1:50 behind. So he lost 17 seconds. He was 1:33 behind, but that was compared to Tim Robertson.
Milos Nikodim's best World Championships medal result comes from 2014 in Italy with a 12th place. I think unless anyone else really has a storming run, it's he'll better his position, definitely. But Kirschbaumer's looking good on here between 11 and 12.
Din Rekborn. He was just in front of Kirschbaumer before at control 15 when he saw them.
So Frederic Tronchon now at the finish, running for 37.10, but you can see that he's going to be 2 minutes slower than Milos Nikodim. So it's going to be a 4th spot now from Frederic Tronchon from France. 2 minutes and 7 seconds slower than Nikodim from the Czech Republic.
This is Gernot Kirschbaumer, the last meters, but he is late, not only compared to Nikodim, but also to Andreas Kiburts.
He's fighting now for a medal spot between him and Pavel Kubat, also of the Czech Republic. Gernot Kirschbaumer now comes and fights for the final lines and will take the 3rd spot there, 36.34. So takes bronze medal position at the moment.
This is William Lind from Sweden on the way to the 15th control. He's late, more than 3 minutes already now. And well, we had Gustav Bergman 30 seconds behind. He started 1.5 minutes behind William Lind. So actually, I would have expected him to be here first.
So William Lind there, 3:27 slower than Andreas Kibertz.
This is in svensk, and
Jan Cedervig.
Jan Cedervig.
Emil Svensk was the faster of the two there, catching Jan Cedervig by 90 seconds.
Well, my Czech language is okay, but not good enough to read this one. Back with Kerschbaumer, Nicodem, and Wojtek Kral. Okay. That seems quite
very
extreme. I mean, he's avoiding some climbing there, but still, that's quite extreme. That's more than I expected. Still here, Kerschbaumer is almost in contact. Nicodem, he must have missed something in the end.
No, I think we saw Kerschbaumer miss 16 bit.
And this is Daniel Hopman. Where is Matthias Geburtz? They were together. There's one runner there, I think, in front. Yeah, that's Swiss kid. I think it was Geburtz.
I think so too.
Let's see if they come together through the passage here.
Matthias Kibertz might come from the other direction, or they both might.
No.
Here's Daniel Hubman.
And there is Matthias Geburtz, and let's see the time, 24. Well, he is more than 1.5 minutes behind his older brother, Andreas Geburtz. So here we have it, 1:38 behind Matthias Geburtz into 9th position, and
Daniel Hubman is about 3 minutes behind then.
Exactly.
So back here looking at Kerschbaumer, Kral and Nicodem. And Wojtek Kral was 1 minute and 6 seconds behind Andreas Kibertz at control 19.
Well, I think that Kerschbaum might lose time on the route choice to 19. Going straight there. Yeah, here we have it. We've seen this comparison between Milos Nicodem and Andreas Kiburtz, and oh, that was a pity.
Wojtek Kral choosing a lot of extreme routes. He's really trying to avoid a lot of the climb.
And here we have Lundanes coming down to control number 15. Also he is late. 1.5 minutes already now. And remember, there's a fight going on for the overall World Cup between Matthias Kiburtz and Daniel Hopman and Olav Lundanes. Kiburtz and Hopman running together at the moment. Lundanes, he's losing time compared to the other two runners. He's still ahead of Daniel Hopman, but he is behind Matthias Kiburtz. A little bit more than half a minute.
We haven't seen Gustav Bergman through
No,
He's the only one of the last few runners we haven't
but
seen at that point.
we
But
saw, we have seen William Lind. Maybe we missed Gustav Bergman. I don't know, because Lind was more than 3 minutes behind. Let's see here. Yes, we missed him. 55 seconds behind into 5th position.
so I think it's looking better and better for Milos Nikodim as the seconds tick by, and we thought maybe maybe we'd see Wojtek Kral on the top of the podium, but looking very, very good for Milos Nikodim, with lots of the major names making mistakes. They're all about a minute and a half behind. Yeah, you can see in the top 10 there.
As I mentioned before, Milos Nikodim, he was focusing very much on this race here. If he could have chosen by himself, he would have skipped both the sprint relay and the knockout sprint. But he was kind of forced by his coach to run it. The sprint relay, they ended up in 3rd position, so might have been a good choice anyway. But now he really proves here that his thinking was right, that he has a good chance in this middle distance. And this is Wojtek Kral to the finish.
So Wojtek Kral here, he's caught up Ruslan Glibov and Martin Regborn and is now on the final stages. But look at the time, it's too slow to challenge for the lead or even for a medal position at the moment. So he goes 7th, Wojtek Kral into 7th place. And it's 37.52. That's 2 minutes and 35 seconds behind Milos Nikodim. So we thought this man, after some really, really good performances in the knockout sprint and catching up lots of places in the sprint relay, we thought he would be challenging for the medals in this one. But I think a series of bad route choices and some, as you can see there, into 18, just small mistakes in the circle as well.
It's a very big difference on this route here. It's almost a minute. He's able to catch here, or yeah, he's able to pass Andreas Kiburtz, and might be the decisive moment of this competition.
So if we have a look at the runners still yet to finish, the closest one to the lead at control 16 was Gustav Bergman, who was 55 seconds slower, and he was the closest.
So there's a good chance that we see 2 new faces on the top of the podium today. We've never seen Colin Olsson winning an individual World Cup race, and we haven't seen Milos Nikodim doing that, and it looks very promising for both of them. I mean, we know that Colin Olsson will end up there, but Milos Nikodim, it looks good for him as well.
Yep, although you can see with 1, 2 and 3 there, Pavel Kubat's 1:26 behind, so there is the chance that some of these last starters can get a medal here. They're still racing for a medal.
There's a chance for Mattias Kiburtz and maybe Olav Lundenes as well.
And Gustav Bergman as well.
Martin Rekborn got the information that he has mispunched, so let's see what happened, or that he is disqualified at least. Let's see if he is missing out on the control or what he's doing.
15 and 16, okay.
Might, yeah, skips. Well, let's see. No, he is not punching control 17 there, going directly to control 18. Wonder what happened there. There's one of the options is that he gets up on the path there and there are other runners coming and he's following them and gets to control 18 instead of 17 and then just continues together with the other runners or reach to control number 19.
Either way, Florian Hovald there in 7th position. Dropping again some more time. He was 1 minute 50 seconds behind Andreas Kiberts at control 16. Now we have Timo Sild. He started before the Swiss runner, so too slow here today.
So soon we are waiting for Gustav Bergman from Sweden. Yeah, maybe the only one who can be a threat for Milos Nykädem. Even though I think it's too much 1 minute. We've seen that Nykädem, he chose wisely there on the long route to control number 19. Backing out from the control. It's almost a minute faster than Andreas Kiburtz and Gernot Kerschbaumer. Here we see Bergman, he chose wisely as well. Going for the same route choice as Milos Nykädem. And let's see if he can pass Gernot Kerschbaumer there. Still behind, but I think... him
too is confused about the finish. Gustav Bowman now into the final stages. He's punched the final control, but he's too slow to make it onto the podium today. Gustav Bowman goes 5th, 1:41.
He won't be happy about this finish, but as you mentioned, they actually talked about this in the team leaders meeting. So in that case, it's the mistake of the Swedish coaches.
Yeah, it's
or of himself if he doesn't remember it.
Yeah, they said that they moved the finish further back, so the distance from the last control to the finish is longer than it is marked on. It says 150 meters on the control description. It was more like 200 and something on the that they said at the team leaders meeting.
Yeah, I mean, you survived this shit. I was the only one who survived today. Yeah, it was good. I had a good run, but fucking hell.
Yeah. No translation needed there.
But you can see these route choices here. Andreas Kiberts in the 2nd place there. Gustav Bergman. Maybe this is going to explain.
I have a feeling that we have the top 3 in the finish already. I think we'll have a new winner of a World Cup competition here, Milos Nykädem from Czech Republic. 2nd victory this weekend for the Czech team. But of course, we are waiting for both Mattias Kiburtz and Olav Lundenes to the finish, and also Daniel Hopman.
Yeah, we saw Mattias Kiburtz and Daniel Hubman running together at, well, pretty much from control 5 to 6, control 8 to 16. And Lundenes was 2 minutes and 11 seconds slower than Andreas Kiburtz at control 16. William Lind, though, here to round the corner and head towards the finish. We'll go into a similar time as teammates Svensk and Andersson. But takes the 20th spot there, William Lind. So we are still waiting, though, for Mattias Kiburtz and Olav Lundenes and for Daniel Hubman. The 2 Swiss runners we will expect to see together, I imagine.
That's good. Fan bommade till 16 innan 15 eller? Still one more.
Yeah, and that's the possible top 3 in a comparison here. Andreas Kiburtz, Milos Nykädem, and Gernot Insien Kerschbaumer. See that Kerschbaumer, he had a good start here on the first control. He was in the lead for quite a long time. No problems at all at those first control. We see also that Milos Nykädem is slightly behind here in this first part. We also get Pavel Kubert into this picture. He was actually the fastest of them in the beginning. All of them choosing to run around, and we see that Nicodem at this point is almost 1 minute behind, let's say 45 seconds. Choosing wisely here to control 10 as it feels. Coming a little bit closer here, almost in touch with the others here in contention at control 11, and let's take Matthias Kiburtz to the finish.
Yeah, Matthias Kiburtz there running with a time 37:44, so he's going to be 3 minutes slower than Milos Nikodem. I think in the background, did we see Hubman? Yeah, we did indeed. So Kiburtz has been able to run away from Hubman, but his time is slow. He will cross the line. Hopefully we'll see him cross. There we go, into 9th spot, 2:43. So 9th position there for Matthias Kiburtz. And we'll see Daniel Hubman was just behind him. We'll hopefully see him cross the line as well. There we go. Daniel Hubman into 17th, so 4:25 slower than Nikodem. So now we've just got Lundinez to watch into the finish, the final starter today, and that's we'll see about the World Cup standings.
Quite sure that Kiburtz will be happier. I think he's quite unhappy now with his race, but it won't be that bad when he hears about that Lundinez also had some problems. And here we saw that Andreas Kiburtz chose to go down, the only one of those 4, and it seems that he was quite strong in this part here. We know that he was in the lead at control 16, that was TV control number 2. Actually, I think he was in the lead almost all the way to control number 18. Let's see. Yes, indeed. But then both of them, Gernot Insian Cashbaumer and Andreas Kiburtz, chose to go straight. And that's actually where they lost some of their advantage. We see also that Pavel Kubat did a small mistake there, but still, he's very close to the other two. That's might be for Kubat the mistake where he lost the top 3. Let's see. But for sure we can say that to control 19, that's where Milos Nikodem won the race.
Absolutely, that was decisive, taking taking a big risk to go a long way off the straight line on that one. And, well, it's earned him a gold medal. So taking the risk paid off this time. And he evidently had good speed to match. Anyway, we're looking now for our final starter, Olaf Lundinez. Here he is. And, well, I think he's slower than Matthias Kiburtz anyway. So he's on his way now to the finish from the final control. And running time's going to be over 39 minutes. It's just a reminder, Milos Nikodem has won the course in 35:17. So Lundinez will be 4 minutes slower. And yeah, you can just see on the graphics there the confirmation that he's slower than Matthias Kiburtz. And Lundinez crosses the line and will finish in 13th place, 4 minutes and 3 seconds slower than Milos Nikodem. So now with our final starter into the finish, you have that confirmation 100% of Milos Nikodem taking that gold with Andreas Kiburtz in second and Gernot Kirschbaumer into third. There we go, final results here. Milos Nikodem, 51-second lead.
Very strong performance by the Czech team. We have Milos Nikodem on the first place, on position 1, and on the fourth position, Pavel Kubat, also very, very good race. And a third runner in the top 10 for the Czech team, Wojtek Kral. We also name Olli Ojanao, 7th position from Finland. Very good race for him.
And then Matthias Kiburtz into 9th.
Also, I would like to mention on position 17, Kasper Fosser, Norwegian junior. Very strong race here, 4 minutes and 12 seconds behind. Great race there. And, but very interesting with a new winner of a World Cup race Milos Nikodem, had the feeling, I mean, he was very confident. I talked to him on Thursday, and he was very confident. He said after the test races, he got the feeling that he can do very well in this kind of terrain, especially in the middle distance, and that he has a really good feeling for this competition coming, and the feeling, it didn't prove him wrong.
Well, absolutely not when you take the win with that big a margin as well. But it's not, I mean, we can maybe discuss about home advantage, but also it's that the risk taking at the end, taking the different route choice there, that I mean that is decisive. You could talk about going through these rocks and these rock pillars as much as you like, but that's where you won the race.
Yeah, it's for sure it's an advantage to run on a home soil. I mean, we don't have to discuss that point, but still you have to actually use this advantage and do a good race, and he did that all course. He was a little bit behind in the beginning, but he was picking right when he actually got the chance from 18 to 19, and that's where he won the race. And I think that's kind of a part of this advantage as well. You get a feeling how much you're allowed to run around, and how actually steep it is and how stony and rocky it is. But he did that very well, and he won the race doing that. And here we are back with the women's race comparison between the top three. Winner Caroline Olsson, second place Julia Jakob, and third place Lina Strand.
So not 100%, not a race without mistakes though for Olsson, as you can see, mistake into number 2. But at this point, all three women very similar.
And I would say we had quite similar. Oh, Lina Strand is running around a lot there. I think that might have costed her even a better position. Maybe it's...
Well, there's only 1 second, so you could find many.
Yeah, but I meant even compared to Caroline Olsson. She lost quite a lot of time there. But what I wanted to say is it was quite similar here in the women's race. We had one route choice which seemed very much better than the others, and we had that from 16 to 17 to the last control, I think it was. Yes, indeed. Where we saw that Lina Strand managed to actually get her place in the top 3. And here, I mean, it's mostly about going right through the stones and between the cliffs. And I mean, the difference compared to Caroline Olsson, if you compare it to Lina Strand, it's not getting much bigger. So she lost quite a lot of time there to the 6th control. It's a pity for her. But now we see that she chooses very wisely here between 16 and 17, and almost manages to go and get the silver position. But Julia Jakob, she's 1 second faster in the end.
So yeah, it's all about keeping the orienteering going, obviously all the way around the course, it goes without saying, but making those key decisions at the end, really. I think Caroline Olsson was able to find a good route up into control 17, and that's where Julia Jakob also fell behind.
And I like the fact that you can choose, that there are route choices very decisive in the middle distance, and also that they are kind of hard to see. But if you take the risk, kind of a risk, I mean, how much risk can it be? You can just say that you saw that it's faster, so then it's not a risk, but that it's... you need some courage to take it. It's not just that you just can run straight ahead and be faster than the others. I like that fact, and also that she can pick that route choice and actually be faster than many others on that.
Absolutely. So we go to the flower ceremony, and as you can see, Lina Strand there into 3rd place. And just 1 second faster into 2nd spot for Switzerland was Julia Jakob. But with a 1 minute and 10 second lead for the first time. It'll be the first time that she takes an individual gold on the World Cup circuit. Caroline Olsson from Sweden.
And you really got that feeling during the whole season. you can really feel it in the beginning of the season that she did a big step during the winter in her training, and she got closer physically, and then she got closer and closer, but still she had this small problems in every run, and had some mistake that costed her the place in the top 3 or even the victory. And now finally, after in the second last race of the season, she manages to step up on the
Well, she ran all the races at the World Championships, and you know has gotten better and better throughout this season, and that's so impressive. And that's that's the reason why she's in second place in the World Cup standings. We know that Tove Alexanderson has already won it. Natalia Gempele, though, into third spot, but with a pretty good lead, though, over Sabine Hauswirth at that point. So that result from Caroline Olsen putting her now into a fairly secure silver medal position if we're talking about the World Cup standings.
And also, if we look back in the season, then I would say that Caroline Olsen might be the better sprint orienteer than Natalia Gempele. So I think she feels quite safe in this silver position at the moment.
Yeah, I think she should, and that's capping off a brilliant season and I think a breakthrough season for Caroline Olsen. But we'll move on to the men's flower ceremony before the results are made official. So in third place, Gernot Insen-Kirschbaumer from Austria.
Another great run. We have seen him doing a great run at the European Champs at the long distance when he got a medal. And now he also shows in the middle distance that he is a very strong orienteer, and a little bit the same for Andreas Geburts. He had a strong run at the World Championships in sprint, winning a medal there, and now proves that he can run very fast in the forest as well.
Absolutely. But I don't think you can really believe it. Milos Nikodim has taken the win in front of the Czech crowd on Czech home soil, and a spectacular run. I mean, all the way around, doing well with the very tricky course around here today, but taking the risk right near the end, and he ended up winning with a big margin.
Very well deserved. Great run today. Also, I like the fact that he beforehand can go and say, I feel very strong, that's the race I want to perform, that's the race I feel I can be very good at, and managing to really succeed at that day, that's impressive.
And it's nice to see a mix of different nations and a mix of new names on the podium, or definitely winning. And I think that just shows that in the men's race it still is so open, and that when the big names make mistakes, then it's still all to play for. So here, though, we've done the calculations on the current standings after 10 out of 11 events for the Men's World Cup. Matthias Kiberts into first place, Daniel Hubmann second, Olaf Lundenes in third. And the gaps between the three of them growing. We'll have to do some calculations and find out what that means for their positions on the sprint race tomorrow. But obviously not the best run from Matthias Kiberts today, but in terms of the World Cup points, he has to beat Daniel Hubmann and Olaf Lundenes, and that's what he did.
It's a little bit the same as we had in the knockout sprint. All three of them didn't perform really how we expected it. The same today. Especially, I mean, Hubmann missed the first control quite a lot, and then he was together with Matthias Geburts. But still, we would expect more of all three of them.
Absolutely. Well, when you're leading the World Cup standings, then you're expecting podium positions from these guys. But wasn't to be today. I'm sure they will be going out fighting for the last race of the season tomorrow, which is the sprint. Okay, so we will leave you with some pictures. We're looking forward to an exciting sprint race in Mlada Boleslav tomorrow to round off the season. But certainly a very exciting race with some new faces on top of the podium. Maybe we'll see that tomorrow. We'll see you then. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.